Hello, everyone, and welcome to this event on the Ukraine invasion lessons from the first 6 weeks of war, which has been presented by the Future Operations Research Group at UNSW Canberra in Australia. My name's Anthony Burke. I'm the Deputy Head of School for Research in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, which houses the research group. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all to what I think is going to be a really important and fascinating event. We're speaking here from the lands of the Ngunnawal people, the traditional custodians of the Canberra region, and I pay respects to their elders past and present and acknowledge that sovereignty has never been ceded. All our research groups in HAS, and especially the Future Operations Research Group, have been established both to promote scholarly excellence in our particular fields, but also to connect that excellence and that research with the solution of real world problems and building communities around those solutions. And I think Future Operations has done a particularly good job of this. And I think one of the key themes that has particularly emerged over the last few years and is recognized in the name of our podcast called Navigating Uncertainty is the rapid pace of change and the increasing turbulence of the world in general and especially global politics. And that is a particular challenge in relation to today's topic on Ukraine, which I think is challenging many of our assumptions, is likely to have ramifications for world order and especially in Europe, well beyond any one conflict. So I'm very much looking forward to the insights that all the speakers will bring today. And I thank Dean for putting this together. Dean.
Thanks, Tony. And I'm very pleased to be here as well. And thank you all for joining us today. And may I add my welcome to Professor Burke's. My role today is really just to coordinate things. I will be speaking at one point, but I'm the least of the speakers. Primarily, my role is to introduce and coordinate. And so we do have a fantastic group of speakers lined up for you today. We've divided the session into two parts. Let me share my screen so I can give you a sense of where we're going today. So hopefully you should be able to see that. So these are approximate timings. Of course, we are academics. We don't promise we're going to stick to the timings, but we'll do our best. And so you'll see there that our first speaker today is Dr. Marina Meyer, who is currently a researcher at King's College London. And there are a number of reasons I wanted to lead off with Marina today. And the first reason is pretty obvious. It's professional. Her expertise is on many things, but includes Russian grand strategy. And that makes her ideal to set the scene with our first topic, which is what were the Russians thinking? The second reason for me is personal. I had the great privilege of supervising Marina's PhD thesis and do feel rather like a proud parent every time I see her in action. The third reason is practical. She's dialing in from Spain today, where it's already after midnight, so we wanted to let her go first before she falls asleep. But it's really the fourth reason that's most important or most pertinent of all. Marina was born and spent her early years in the city of Chernihiv, I probably pronounced that badly, in northern Ukraine, which is around 50 kilometers from the border of Belarus. Chernihiv was under siege by Russian forces until 3 days ago, and available reports indicate that the historic city center has been largely destroyed along with much of the town. So it's a very real thing for Marina, and I think it's really appropriate that she kick us off. After Marina speaks, we'll have the privilege of hearing from Dr. Robert Johnson. Rob, as I'm sure many of you know, is the director of the Oxford Changing Character of War Center. He's also Senior Research Fellow of Pembroke College and Associate of the Department of Politics and International Relations at Oxford University. And he'll be reflecting on what the Ukraine invasion tells us about the changing character of war. Once Rob's presentation is done, we'll take some time for discussion. And if you are wanting to ask questions or have comments, please put them into the chat. My colleague Jenna Allen is monitoring that chat, and she will feed questions through to me that we can put into the discussion. We probably won't get all of them in, but we'll do our best. So we'll have a discussion. We'll then move on to our next speaker, who is Associate Professor Patricia L. Sullivan. Tricia is a member of the Department of Public Policy and the Curriculum in Peace, War, and Defense at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She's also director of the very influential Triangle Institute for Security Studies, which is a collaboration between UNC Chapel Hill, North Carolina State University, and Duke University. Her recent book, Who Wins? Predicting Strategic Success and Failure in Armed Conflict, was published by Oxford University and established her as one of the world's leading thinkers on strategic success and failure, which, with a focus on Ukraine and Russia, is her topic today. The last presentation this morning will be by me, outlining a relevant research project we've been running here on the future use of autonomous weapons in urban warfare. Then we'll have time for discussion again before we'll have a break, and then we'll move on to part two, and I'll introduce our part two speakers then. So that's what's to come, and it's time for me to get out of the way, and I'm going to hand over to our first speaker, Marina.
Thank you very much, Dean, for the kind introduction, and it's my pleasure to be here. Just a little disclaimer, as Dean said, it's midnight here, so please bear with me. I shall be sharing or trying to share my slides. Dean, could you please unshare yours so that I can share my slides to kick off with my presentation? Thank you. Okay, so this should be working right now. As Dean said, I'm Dr. Marina Meyer, and I'm from King's College Defense Studies, and I will be looking today at Russia's strategic thinking from 2008 onwards. Obviously, there is a rich history of Russia's strategic thinking, but I think it's important to look at it in the present context to be able to understand what exactly is happening. I think all of us have been shocked by the moves that Putin dared to take, and a lot of my colleagues believed that indeed the gray zone warfare, which has dominated the discussion about Russia's approach to warfare, will continue in Ukraine, and that there wouldn't be a full-scale invasion. So I will be looking at the strategic thinking and at what Russia did prior to the invasion of Ukraine to be able to understand the whole reasoning behind it. What were they thinking? Was it a calculated move? Was it some kind of a desperate way out? How does Russian strategic and military doctrine explain Russia's actions? Why is there a shift from the so-called gray zone warfare? And again, what is gray zone warfare? What are the definitions? So we will be looking a little bit about at those terms, as well as at perceived threats, why Russia had to develop this kind of thinking specifically after 2008, but we can trace it back a little bit earlier, probably early 2000. So in order to understand the formation of this particular strand of strategic thought, we have to go back to 98 when Putin took over as a president. His aim, his foreign policy was aimed at creating ties with the West and ending this Cold War mentality. At that time, it's important to understand that the military was practically destroyed, underfunded. There were a lot of theorists who were trying to think of what warfare might look in the future. At the same time, Putin was trying to look towards the West in order to revamp both his military and his country's economy to emerge on the global stage. However, there were other voices inside the Kremlin, most notably Alexander Dugin, who is known as Putin's Rasputin nowadays, who was arguing that it's important for Russia to look for friends in the East and in the Middle East and Southeast Asia, because the West would never accept Russia as an equal player on the global stage. So this attempt by Putin to move past the Cold War paradigm was somehow not working, and there was an opposition inside the government to go a different way. At the same time, during the early 2000s, there were a number of so-called color revolutions, which Russia ascribed to NATO countries. It believed that the West, NATO countries, have supported smaller insurgent groups within several countries, such as Georgia and others, in order to enact regime change. The most notable was perhaps Libya in 2008. NATO's Operation Unified Protector was at that time a military success when there needed to be a regime change and when Gaddafi was toppled. So Russia was starting to grow a little bit worried about what might happen to Russia with all those countries seeing those revolutions. Again, in political terms, it started looking more towards, as Dugin has suggested, towards the East, seeing that it's not going to become that player that it sought to become. Still, there was this kind of distrust towards Russia. At the same time, Russia was trying to revamp its military, and the first time it actually used it was in Georgia in 2008, and it was a very symbolic defeat for the Russian forces, because if you look at the size of Georgia and if you look at Russia, you would think that the sheer mass would be enough. However, that experience in Georgia actually created an impetus for a new military doctrine and for further changes in the strategic outlook that Russia had at that moment. The army reviewed both doctrines, equipment, its preparation to conduct warfare on the modern battlefield. So in doctrinal terms, and what later became as a Gerasimov doctrine, they emerged in understanding that warfare in a contemporary world, something that has been later termed hybrid warfare, however, it wasn't a Russian term, has to be conducted not only on the battlefield per se, but there are other areas where other tools of statecraft can be employed, such as information, such as economic and diplomatic. And that was a very important realization, because what Gerasimov was arguing in his article in 2013 was nothing new. In strategic theory, those are the classical tools of statecraft that have to be coordinated in order to practice grand strategy, which creates a bridge between the political end state and military objectives, economic objectives, information objectives, and so on. So this coordinated effort was important for Russia. This realization, at the same time, they have understood that the military instrument is not as well prepared as they thought it would be, which again led to the fact that a military modernization started taking place. Another important event happened, which I have just referred to was the Libyan campaign for Russia. At that time, it was very painful to lose an ally in Libya. However, Russia was not prepared at that time to intervene militarily, because the military was just undergoing that modernization, those changes that were needed. And in Syria, in 2012, there was another ally whom Russia had to save. However, again, Russia was not prepared. It had to wait until 2015 until Bashar al-Assad explicitly asked Russia for help. And what happened in Syria, at that time, the military was already at a stage where Putin could send in his troops. It was important for several reasons. It wasn't just a matter of saving the ally, it was a matter of gaining experience and testing new weapons that Russia has developed in these years between 2008 and 2015 in Syria. And obviously the troop rotation was important to get the Russian troops that battle experience that they lacked in the contemporary setting. Economically, it was important for Russia to advertise whatever weapons it developed, thereby creating certain dependencies by selling weapon systems to China, to India, and obviously to Turkey, the likes of S-400, for instance, that caused a rift between Turkey and other NATO members. So the Syrian experience is important to understand why Russia actually waged a war in Ukraine. It had prepared for that war in military terms. So from a military perspective, it knew what it was expecting to face in Ukraine. The difference between Syria and Ukraine, of course, is the fact that in Syria, Russians were fighting an enemy which could be dehumanized in a certain way. In Ukraine, they're fighting somebody who is related to Russia. Let's put it this way, Russia could be considered as a bigger brother of Ukraine, because Ukraine used to be part of the Soviet Union, and many Russian soldiers, higher ranking officers as well, have opposed the invasion. Just a few days prior, there were several generals broadcasted on YouTube and on several Russian channels saying that they are opposing the war in Ukraine, and that it might actually lead to the fact that Putin will lose his power and lose his political role as a president. So in a way that there might be an internal regime change instigated internally by the military, at least so the suggestions went. Now, from Putin's perspective, having seen those 20 years of color revolutions, in 2007, already in 2007, he said that a NATO expansion would not be tolerated if there was another NATO country to emerge on his doorstep. And that would lead to actions from the Russian side, because that would be considered as a threat to national security. And that's where this idea of strategic, non-nuclear strategic deterrence comes in. Oh, apologies, I forgot to change the slides. The idea of non-nuclear strategic deterrence comes in Russian language. It's actually containment. The word deterrence and containment is the same. There is no separate word. And Russian military doctrine and Russian national security strategy stress that Russia has to protect itself from color revolutions, from information warfare. So in a way, there is this Aesopian language, and what we used to describe and understand as gray zone warfare conducted by Russia is actually something that is explicitly mentioned in Russia's security strategy and military doctrine as a main threats to Russia, namely the NATO countries supporting minority groups. And that was one of the main fears. In addition to the fact that Russia, or rather the Kremlin elite, was afraid of NATO sponsoring an internal revolution within Russia itself, having Ukraine become a NATO member was an absolute no-go, given the fact that Ukrainian military documents have described Russia repeatedly as an enemy. From 2015 onwards, every single document after the takeover of Crimea, or annexation of Crimea, every single Ukrainian document was referring to Russia as a threat. This means that if Ukraine were indeed to join NATO, there could be a plausible reason for other NATO members to support Ukraine militarily in its effort to deter Russian aggression. So those were kind of the reasons, the thinking behind Russia's actions. And right now we're looking at the battlefield and we're focusing on what is going on militarily, but I think it's important also to look beyond the battlefield, to look at what is happening with countries that decided not to condemn Russian actions, countries that are helping Russia to circumvent the sanctions. And this is another part of the equation that we shouldn't be forgetting, because I was talking about strategy being not limited to military, but also economic information. Russian information warfare or disinformation is now oriented more towards the Middle East and Asian countries, including Russian propaganda appearing in Tamil languages. So the strategic shift is now to the other direction, because Russia knows that they have lost any chance of getting through in the West. And I think it's important to look at the whole strategy from this perspective, looking not only at the military instrument, but also at the overall aim, which seems to be not just Ukraine itself, but to reshuffle the power balance in international relations. Thank you very much. I hope I'm still within my time frame.
You have been very disciplined. Thank you, Marina. Appreciate that. So I hope you won't mind hanging around for a little bit before we let you go to bed. We'll have some discussion in a bit, but I'm going to hand over to Rob now. And Rob, over to you. Rob, you're on mute.
Thank you very much. Yeah, hopefully that's working. Is that working okay? Well, first of all, thank you very, very much indeed to the university and to you, Dean, and to Craig, who I know is behind the scenes working very hard. I'll go straight to it, because this conflict has produced an enormous amount of interest. There's a great deal of detail, but I just want to highlight a few of the sort of key points really for our discussion. The first one is a paradox. Everyone from Oxford loves a paradox. And that is that this conflict, I think we expected to be perhaps somewhat new. We were looking for what's new about the character of war. And actually what we've got is something that's surprisingly familiar. I say that mindful of the points that were made at the very beginning by Tony, that we perhaps had got used to the idea from the 1990s onwards that new wars, were going to be dominated by non-state actors who were challenged, perhaps deprived by globalization, the consequences of globalization. And we had figures such as Steven Pinker telling us that wars were becoming less frequent. In fact, the world was becoming less violent. And yet, here was a country, Russia, that is a member of the UN Security Council, that was preparing for some kind of suppression of Ukraine for a very long time. Their military doctrine had given us quite a strong indication of the way that we thought they would want to fight. And what was surprising was that this was a very 20th century approach to warfare, 20th century in its character. And immediately people have latched on the fact that, okay, look, the nature of war clearly has not changed. It's still full of passion, it's full of friction, of chance, of rationalized approaches and decision-making. Yeah, all those are still there. But it begs the question, therefore, what is specifically new? What has actually changed? Well, one of the things I think we all found surprising was the asymmetry of this particular conflict. The Russian army clearly thought at the very beginning this would be a classic coup de main, political, limited military operation. So the military were there only to provide that immediate seizure of power, not unlike Hungary in 56, Czechoslovakia in 68, Afghanistan in 1979, those old Soviet models, and that there wasn't going to be a war. The military were to provide simply the muscle, this asymmetrical muscle. They were overwhelming in number, and they were going to launch this mobile air assault operation, which would be followed up by a land, a land force coming in to reinforce it and look after it. But the asymmetry was the resistance provided by the Ukrainian armed forces. They chose, as we now know, a light infantry approach that was very fluid, very mobile, and that it would interdict the Russian armed forces along very predictable lines. And I mean that because the routes that Russia would have to take in, Hostomel Airport, for example, it was pretty clear that was an obvious first target if you were going to launch a coup de main operation against Kiev. And that operation, we now know, was very unsuccessful for a variety of reasons, largely because of Ukrainian air defense, which was not neutralized, and because of the rapid reaction of Ukrainian forces, both reservists and professional regulars. The failure, as David Cullen said only recently, the failure of that coup de main operation completely unhinged the military strategy and therefore the political strategy that lay behind it. And we'll hear a little bit more about that, I'm sure, from Patricia later. The routes that Russia was going to take for its land forces were very long and, again, rather obvious. And it was pretty clear that logistics would have to come along some fairly predictable routes, which, quite rightly, the Ukrainian army had done their intelligence preparation battlefield. They knew where those routes were going to be. And it was relatively straightforward. I say relatively, you're up against large numbers of forces, relatively straightforward for them to interdict those lines. Once the air assault operation had failed, and once the ground reinforcement was stalled, what you got was the piecemeal arrival of remnants of brigade or battalion tactical groups who were trying desperately to keep to the timetable that they'd been set. And that meant that as they arrived in small packets in some of the precincts of Kharkiv, for example, they were being intercepted and in many cases destroyed. And it is interesting to look at just how badly they did, the Russian army did, and how heavy those losses have been. Now, the next phase, though, of the war, again, we were looking for change. How will the Russian army, particularly the army, respond to these setbacks? Will it go back to its doctrine that we know about, or would it do something different? Will we see a change in the character of war? Well, again, what we got was a rather predictable and familiar response. I say that because the Russian army has always placed this greater emphasis on firepower, on fires. Fires has always been in their doctrine to lead operations. And that obviously it's derived from the Soviet doctrine. I don't need to go through that, I'm sure. But maneuver for the Russian army was only there to follow up, in Soviet tradition, to follow up the actual artillery-led or missile fires-led way of fighting. And so therefore, this rapid coup de main operation had failed. The rapid sweep in on the ground had failed. So it's back to maneuver your artillery in position and break your way through by simply laying down lots of fire and bring in forces simply behind that. Now, to cover the movements of their artillery, Grad missile batteries and so on, we saw an episode where the Russian army started to use a lot more of the longer range missiles, and that seemed to be new. Caliber, Iskander, even allegedly hypersonic missile use. And a great deal of use of sort of thermobaric weapon systems. We had expected them to come, but we didn't quite know they'd be used against civilian centers. But that was to cover the move of the artillery. The objective still being, it seemed, until quite recently, the full capture of Kiev. But of course, artillery might be able to win you battles, but it can't win you a war. And the withdrawal that we've now seen from the northern areas of Ukraine means that it's an admission by the Russian army. They simply cannot capture Kiev. That's now out of the question. What we are seeing, I think, is a shift towards an aspiration to achieve a Kesselschlacht, a cauldron battle, by bringing forces in both from the Kharkiv area and from Mariupol in the south. But once again, another setback for the Russian army. It hasn't taken Mariupol as fast as it thought it would do. And it has used all sorts of methods to try and take that place. Of course, it no longer has any military utility. It is merely political and symbolic. So the second big expectation about this war is political. And I think Marina's put it extremely well about what that looks like. So simply to recap a couple of points I would strongly agree with that she's put forward. If it was about securing Ukraine in order to prevent the country from joining NATO or the EU, I don't think that has been achieved, that political objective. If the objective was to replace the Ukrainian government, which clearly was an objective in the first 3 days of the war, that has also failed. If the objective was to annex the entirety of Ukraine, that has failed. If it was to maintain security and cohesion at home, which we haven't got around to mentioning yet, I'm sure we will get onto the discussion, then I do think that might be categorized as a Russian success. Russia appears to be much more cohesive than many Western commentators had expected. Stand fast the point you made at the end there, Marina, about disquiet by some of the elites, but nevertheless, I think we can safely say that cohesion in the Russian Republic is there. If it was about preventing NATO intervention, which I do think was a Russian military calculation, I think they have been very worried that NATO might intervene against them. Have they achieved that? Yes, so far they have achieved the prevention of NATO intervention. What about a new multipolar order that Putin's been talking about for some time? Well, one could say that multipolarity was already coming in long before this conflict. And therefore, is it a Putin achievement? No, I don't think so. And actually, at the moment, it doesn't look like it's going to be achieved the way he thought. Ukraine, on the other hand, has managed to survive an existential threat to date. It has managed to secure support, and yet it's not managed to fully remove what it regards as a threat to its national integrity and sovereignty. That is still some time to go. So what have we got then in terms of change of character? Every encounter in warfare is distinct. It's never a repetition. And this conflict is unlike Russia's operations in Chechnya, even though there are some similarities being drawn. It is unlike their operations in Georgia, as Marina's quite rightly pointed out, and it's very unlike their operations in Syria, and certainly unlike their operations in eastern Ukraine and the seizure of Crimea in 2014. It has not had to fight before against an enemy being directly supplied by the West. It's never had to do that before. That's a new thing that Russia's confronting. Secondly, area fires, delivery of sort of areas being bombarded has been as extensive as precision weapon systems that the West has become very, very familiar with. That is new. Drones have been used for intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, target acquisition there. and that's been very effective. Infantry, artillery, infantry, mortar coordination has been very effective. We would have expected the Russians to make much more extensive use of drones than they've done so. They have started to make some improvements now in spotting, but it's pretty limited. The big takeaway in terms of character of war was how badly Russia has done in air-land coordination. It's been extremely weak. And as all land forces will tell you, without air superiority, your land forces are going to be much more difficult and much more hard-pressed to be successful. Russia's lost 2,500 armored vehicles verified by visual data. Ukraine has lost about 600 by comparison. 3 ships have been lost by Russia. About 15 combat aircraft gone as well. Now, the final thing I think to say about changing character of war, before I get to the summing up, is that adaptation. We know that in contact, adaptation is vital. It's essential if you're going to win. And the question that we've been asking ourselves now is the Russian army and the Russian armed forces capable, given their military culture, capable of actually making the changes that need to be made? I think the answer at the moment is no. The Russian officer corps is a pretty closed shop. They are not used to self-critiques. There's no culture of operational learning in the Russian army. And I think, therefore, it looks pretty unlikely they'll be able to make the adaptations the way they want. They may do trial and error, but I think it's going to be pretty brutal if they're going to learn anything at all, probably by mistakes, rather like they found between the First and Second Chechen War. So in summing up, I would say that much is familiar in this conflict. The strategic miscalculation, in this case by Putin. I mean, strategic miscalculation on the basis of false intelligence is not that unusual, but here we have an example of it based on not just errors in intelligence, but overconfidence on the part of the Russian regime. It really reminds you of Thucydides' warning about fear, honor, and interest, but it has to be set against the background of a culture of aggression, a culture of self-delusion. And I think in the Russian army, that has been a particular problem, which has led to this nightmare. Second summing up point is that there's a lot of human suffering. The numbers of refugees, how well prepared was the West for the sheer numbers of people that have been displaced from Ukraine and within Ukraine? I don't think we have really calculated the numbers that go with that. I don't think we also calculated the sheer indiscipline of Russian troops that has led to this culture of abuse, the branding, for example, of civilians, the murder in the streets that we've been witnessing. Absolutely appalling. But again, unfortunately, terribly familiar. What really is new is combined operations, the use of drones, the use of infantry, the use of fires, all very useful for us to examine. People have declared that armor is obsolete. No, it's not. If you do proper combined arms operations, you will be successful with armor and infantry. If you use one asset on its own and expose it, it is probably going to fail. And here we have a classic example of that too. Long-range fires, precision fires, we've seen a bit of a change there. Area has come back. The really new thing is the radiological risk. That really worries me the most. The fact that we're seeing a war fought in a country which has a number of nuclear power stations really creates a significant radiological risk, not just for Ukraine, but for the entire region. And finally, I think we've seen how strategic decision-making and execution, which should create an advantage for a country, has not done so in Russia's regard. Putin is using oil and gas as a strategic weapon, but I think the consequence of this war is going to be really serious for the Middle East and North Africa. And it's all very well blaming NATO for expansion or something, but I think we all know who the guilty parties are, and I think most people in the Middle East will realise that too. Putin will probably try and claim victory once he has secured Mariupol, but it's a pretty Pyrrhic one at that. And the question that I ask myself now is, what is the level of tolerance in the Western world for the next few months, or indeed the next year of this conflict? How much will it put up with? How much will it want to uphold its rules-based international system? How far will it let the war go before it takes some other form of action other than just economic sanctions? So my advice is, let's keep an eye on this conflict. It's not over yet by a long stretch. Let's keep an eye on the political context, and let's always keep an eye on frozen conflicts which have a habit of blowing up in one's face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. And again, excellent timekeeping. I really appreciate it. So we do have some time for discussion now. And I will invite the speakers also to throw in questions to one another, including you, Tricia. You don't have to wait. But I'll get the ball rolling. And let me direct this at Marina. Before we started, we kind of had a short discussion and kind of jokingly said, you know, I'd given you the topic, what was Russia thinking? And we jokingly said it should be what was Putin thinking? And so my question for you, Marina, is how distinct are they? How much of this is very Putin and how much of this is a Russian way of thinking?
Thank you, Dean. Well, I think Putin has surrounded himself with like-minded people. So often when we're talking about Russia, we have to distinguish between the Kremlin elite, his Defense Minister Shoigu, and obviously General Gerasimov, who will say what Putin wants to hear, right? So I think just to generalize it and to speak about Russian thinking versus the Kremlin thinking, I think it's more accurate to say what the Kremlin elite wants. And I think, as Rob said, intelligence failure, that was, one of those things where at a point, he's so power hungry that he would not accept any other opinions different than his own. So in a way, for Putin, there is like more or less a Manichean worldview. It's either my opinion and us that are good and the rest who are our enemies. I think that's kind of the important point. And when I write about Russia, I always make the distinction: the Kremlin has decided to do so, and we have to keep it separate, I think.
Great, thank you. Rob, we have a question from the feed. Is there a risk that the Russians learn something from this broadcast? And it's directed at you. So what would they learn from what you've just said?
Well, the funny thing is, I've just come back from the Ministry of Defence in London, and those sort of questions came up about, how much should be broadcast in terms of analysis. Well, I think there are lots of intelligent Russian army officers who will be thinking very carefully about what's happened and what's gone wrong. The question I have is, do they have the capacity to actually make the changes that they should make? Okay. But if you ask me, if I was the Russian General Staff, what would I do next? I think I'd be advising Vladimir Vladimirovich and say, now listen, boss, I think what we need to do is freeze this conflict. Let's go firm and regenerate force over the next 3 years, because we know that in 3 years' time, the Western world would have lost interest. And in that time, we can blame the West for what's happened. That gives us breathing space. It gives us a chance to consolidate what we've got, which is Crimea and a lot of Donbass. And then, having regenerated force, we can try and do some sort of breakthrough maneuver and go for Dnipro and sort of present a fait accompli to Kiev. That's what I would do. Am I giving away all the answers? I'm pretty sure the Russian army's thought of that. I mean, what they're doing at the moment, this whole attempt at Kesslerschlacht, is that they think that by reinforcing the eastern theatre, that they can simply push down from north and south and join up in the middle and cut off the cream of the Ukrainian army. That's what they think. Well, of course, they're completely wrong. And I'm not going to give away entirely why they're wrong about that, but they're just wrong. But the most important reason why they're wrong is, frankly, the fighting spirit of the Ukrainians. I mean, we must never underestimate what the British Army call the moral component. It is absolutely vital. You can have the best equipment in the world, the finest, aircraft, and the best, most comprehensive ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance capability. If you haven't got people who are going to fight, forget it. You might as well just pack up and sell it. And I think one of the things we need to learn in the Western world is, and a friend of mine in Germany put this to me, a very fine professor. he says, what we need are democratic warriors. And what he meant by that was that we want young men and women who understand the rights that they have to fight for, and they need to understand they're going to have to fight for them, not on the streets against their own politicians, but really put themselves forward and stand up for what they believe in. And I think that's probably true. And I've got a lot of faith in the resilience of the Western world. I think we do have that. I think those young men and women are out there, but we just got to make sure they really understand what the odds are.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Tricia, do you want to jump in with a question, or do you want to hold your fire?
Sure. So thank you both. This has been really, really interesting, and I've appreciated what both of you have had to say. So what I'm reading is that Russia has maybe 150, to 190,000 troops in Ukraine right now, which isn't very much for a country the size of Ukraine. I mean, at one point they had 600,000 in Afghanistan. So, they supposedly have a military of, with over 1 million active duty, reserves of, I've heard up to 2 million, although they're not necessarily trained and ready to activate. But, they're calling up mercenaries and Syrians and others. Can you enlighten me a little bit, either of you, about why they don't have more troops to send in, and why they only, I understand that they badly underestimated what this would take, but so that part is very, very clear. But it's been weeks now.
Yeah.
And why don't they have more troops to send in?
I'm going to leave if I may, the political part of this question to Marina, but let me just give you just a couple of key thoughts on this one. If Russia has the option of full national mobilization, and if it did so, it could pull up a lot more young men, particularly men rather than women, the young men to fight in its army. But if you do that, it's no longer a special military operation, right? You are admitting that politically you have failed. And I'm going to let Marina pick up on that, because I know that's kind of her field rather than mine. But from a pure demography point of view, I mean, this is not the army of the 1940s. This is not the Russia of the 1940s. This is a population with a very aging profile, and that there simply aren't the same number of young men around. I mean, we do know that the Russian, youth population has been declining relative to the older population for some time now. A lot of Putin's political base is based on the older generation, interestingly enough. So you've got a problem. You've got a small army that you've committed, we think, I mean, the statistics vary. Some people think it's as low as 75%. Other people say it's 95% of the army or the armed forces as they currently stand have been committed to the conflict. Now, if you take, a certain number that need to be on rest, some are rotating through the line, you've taken casualties, which, again, the statistics vary enormously. And I think probably the most accurate figures I've seen are probably in about 3,000 mark. Some people are saying it's 9,000. I think that's far too high, personally. But you've taken a significant loss. Any combat unit that takes losses of 10% is no longer combat effective. So, if they've taken 3,000, that's really massive in terms of the number of units you put out of action. So there is a manpower shortage. There is a scouring for volunteers around the country. There's a great deal of pressure put on conscript troops to sign up to the contracted soldierly thing. They would put people under enormous amounts of pressure for that, threaten them in some cases, bribe them, blackmail, bully, that Devashchina kind of concept. So I think there's something fundamentally wrong with the manpower structure of the Russian army. And Putin's now in a very difficult political bind. He's either got to go for mobilization and really win this war as a full war, or he's got to admit that this is a special limited operation. It's just gone wrong. He's going to have to consolidate. He's going to have to go into a stalemate militarily, and then figure out from there, how do I get out of this war I've created? But Marina will know more than I do.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for the interesting question. Obviously, Rob has already covered a part of it. I think it's very important to also remember the experience the Soviet Union has made in Afghanistan in '79. and it was equivalent of the US Vietnam for the Soviet Union when coffins kept coming back. So when Putin deployed his troops to Syria, and it was very interesting, the reason he relied, or the Kremlin relied so much on non-state actors and private military companies was to keep the casualties down. And in 2018, pre-election, no official numbers of those who perished there were released. A lot of Wagner soldiers have died in Syria around Deir ez-Zor, and there was a conflict with the Allied forces when they were conducting a joint operation with the Kurdish YPG. That has never been released in Russia. The Ministry of Defense had no comment whether or not it lost any people. So on the one hand, it's easier to keep the casualties down because Putin will be walking a very fine line. He's not fighting in Syria, he's fighting in Ukraine. And I'm sure this special military operation, how many of the soldiers have been voluntold to be sent to Ukraine would be very interesting as well. As I said before, there was a lot of opposition because the enemy they are fighting speaks the same language and looks exactly the same. So psychologically, it's much more difficult to make a case for fighting in Ukraine. And this is not Crimea. And I think to a certain extent, that's what was expected. In a way, they're coming in there and are perceived as liberators. And when that was not the case, because there is also a matter of political will. If Russia fails in Ukraine, it will not be bad for Russia in terms of losses of territory because it wouldn't have lost anything. Ukraine has everything to lose in a sense. For Russia, it's a zero-sum game. Obviously, on a political level, it will be damaging. It will be very damaging. And another few words about the limited military operation. I think, again, as Rob said, for political reasons, it's important not to term it as a war. The same could be said about the Syrian operation. Again, it was a limited military operation which unfolded according to the exigencies of war. And at the very beginning, Russia relied heavily on its air power rather than sending in ground troops. What is happening in Ukraine is obviously different, and we have to think about each war being different, of different character, as Rob has said. However, I think that we have to understand that what we are seeing in Ukraine and the losses Russia has suffered necessitates the use of other troops, such as the Chechens, who are more willing to fight Ukrainians than the Russian troops. So the reasons are not also psychological, political, and military. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Marina. Perhaps a follow-up question for Rob. And I'm not entirely sure I'm going to phrase this correctly, but you'll make something good out of it, I'm sure. My question is, relying on that broadly Soviet doctrine, is that actually outdated? And we talk of, you're saying this is a very traditional military operation, but in a sense, it's it's happening in a very different world. Is that going to be one of the lessons the Russians will step away with, that approach of leading with massive firepower and so on? It just can't be done in the world as we know it today because of the kind of reaction that it creates.
I think it will depend on the story they tell themselves. I mean, if let's say, for example, Mariupol is indeed crushed, and that they are broadly, they muddle through and they smash their way through and consolidate somehow their control of Luhansk and Donetsk. They won't get Kharkiv, I hope, but suspect that they will sort of try to make out that yes, in the end they kind of got it right. Now, if they do that, which I suspect is probably what they're going to do, tell themselves that story of success, then I think they've learned nothing. And it is interesting, isn't it, that despite watching the United States-led coalition operation in Gulf War I, despite watching the march up to Baghdad in 2003, the operations of US, Australian and UK special forces, Polish special forces in Iraq, despite watching all the things that the West has done in terms of air-land coordination in Afghanistan, for example, that the Russians have drawn actually very different, a different approach, and didn't really adopt those things, even though Gerasimov had aspired to do so. So something's gone wrong between even the aspiration of those at the top and what's actually possible to implement, and the stories that they tell us, which we call broadly, I think, military culture these days. Will they do it again? I think that the Russian army's tradition has always been to think in terms of artillery. Artillery is the queen of the battlefield. It's the last argument of kings, as I used to say in the 18th century. And therefore, I don't think they'll ever get away from that. I think that's always going to be their thing. The bigger the bang, the better. And that maneuver is there only to support drilling your way through on certain axes. And as Stalin once said, if you find mush, you keep driving. And if you hit something hard and solid, you try somewhere else. And that mentality, I think, is not going to go away. I think that's still going to be there, even if they figure out a better, more sophisticated way of using drones and aircraft and air-land coordination. Even then, I still think they won't get away from that military culture entirely. And that's their undoing. That's where it's all unzipping.
Marina, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, absolutely. And I think, as Rob has already pointed out, that you've got this mentality, and you have a special magazine dedicated to artillery. It's a monthly issue, so it's quite important, this mass, this firepower. Also, we're seeing a lot of publications and military thought and the like discussing the need to emphasize the likes of information operations, cyber, electronic warfare, and so on. And I think those domains, perhaps if they were exploited more by the Russians, again, drones, would give them a military advantage rather than relying on massive firepower. And, we have seen a lot of mistakes being made in Ukraine. As a matter of fact, there are Russian analysts who are criticizing, whose videos get removed from YouTube, because they're saying that the MOD should at least admit the mistakes they're making on the battlefield and try to adjust and to recalibrate, rather than telling the story again that's the information domain, making the troops believe that everything is going according to the plan, whichever that plan is. Nothing is going according to the plan, and Moltke the Elder would say the same. The plan doesn't survive the first contact with the enemy, and so they lack this flexibility. But we're just looking at the Russian side. We have to also look at the Ukrainian side. Official statements were saying in 2 weeks the Russians will be thrown back. So in a way, I think we can talk about both countries overemphasizing the success of each side. And I think that's something that is important for the morale of the troops, not to make them believe that things are going as bad as they're going, because especially for Russia, it's important to maintain that whatever is left of that morale, given that this special military operation is dragging on before they start abandoning their equipment and leaving.
That's a great point, Marina. I really think, Dean, as a sort of quick comeback, that it is about getting the fundamentals right first, that even before they can begin to think about doctrine of maneuver and fires, it's got to be what went wrong with morale, what went wrong with leadership, junior leadership, why the telecommunications at the battalion level not working. I mean, really fundamental basics are not working. And I think the other thing perhaps we should draw away from this is not just what the Russian army is going to learn. Let's look at all those other countries with what you might call parade ground armies, like North Korea, like China, because they look great when they do their May Day parades. But what are they really? Have we really asked ourselves fundamentally, are they actually military instruments, or are they really just Potemkin village armies? You know, that's the question we should be looking at now. And you know, being much more realistic, I think, about what parade ground armies could really achieve.
Thanks. So here's a question from the feed. You mentioned a level of tolerance for the West to potentially interfere. Given evidence of murders and war crimes being committed, what more needs to occur for that tolerance to be disregarded? Either of you.
Yeah, gosh, that's really, I want to give this to the ladies on the call, actually, rather than me, but let me help them out, but give them a bit of thinking time on that one. It is tragic, isn't it, that the West collectively talks about a rules-based international system that we know we need to uphold. I've read it in Doctrine, not just in the UK, you know, defense work, but, you know, elsewhere. And yet here we are with a classic, egregious legal and moral breach of the rules-based international system. The United Nations Security Council being turned into a laughingstock by, you know, one of the member states being a so-called member of the Human Rights Council, being a member of the Security Council, vetoing and lying, you know, egregiously lying about what it's doing and simply denying it's done anything wrong. I mean, it is tragic. The rules-based international system, such as it stands, is in big trouble. And I think whatever happens as a result of this war, whoever wins, however long it takes, there needs to be a bit of soul searching here about, you know, why is the West so reluctant to intervene beyond, frankly, some half-hearted economic measures? I mean, $34 billion worth of oil and gas revenue went to Russia from Europe in the last few weeks, and only 1 billion in munitions went to Ukraine. What on earth do we think we're doing in terms of prioritization? So, yeah, the only answer I can give is I'm as confused as your intelligent questioner, but we need to really think about what we're doing and what we say we stand for, and actually start doing it. I won't tell you what I suggested when this war broke out we should do. I was quickly laughed out of court, but I tell you, the same people are not laughing at me now.
I'll have another go at this one. I think it is interesting. I mean, we have to firstly go back to NATO's promise of giving Ukraine or accepting Ukraine to NATO as a member, realizing that Ukrainian forces were not on par with NATO forces. And I think that was one of the mistakes that laid the ground kind of for this idea on the Ukrainian side that they would then receive the support from NATO, and if Russia was to invade, that NATO countries would step in. And what is happening, interestingly enough, Russia has been criticized, the invasion has been condemned. However, does it really matter to Russia that the West is condemning whatever actions it's taking if it has secured allies elsewhere? Again, as Rob has said, you know, what is happening? The international community is kind of on the fence because we want to help Ukraine on the one hand. On the other hand, if we approach the red line, Putin gets out his nuclear saber, then we take 2 steps back again. Then we take a step forward again. So I think in military terms, and we have discussed it already, it hasn't been a success. In political terms, what this is doing, it's demonstrating that NATO is not willing to start another war, that international mechanisms such as the UN can be simply paralyzed and nobody can do anything about what the Kremlin is doing in Ukraine. And I think it has more far-reaching implications if we're looking at China and Taiwan. And it might set a precedent for what is going to happen in the future. While we're focusing now on Ukraine, there are other conflicts, such as in Yemen again, and Nagorno-Karabakh are sparking up. So in a way, I think, or in a grander scheme, it's more of a distraction, and in a way to show this indecisiveness of the West to those allied with Russia.
Tricia, did you want to say something on that?
Sure. I'd be very interested actually to hear what Rob was recommending be done. I agree with much of what both of you have said. The human suffering is a tragedy. It does set a precedent. It does weaken deterrence. All of those things are very true. I think we have to be realistic about the situation we're in with a nuclear armed power and a leader. We really don't know what lengths he would go to. And even if it's a very, very small likelihood that Putin would use a nuclear weapon, the consequences would be absolutely devastating. The human cost would be incredible. And can we have to be careful about making decisions about signaling and principles and all of this when so many people's lives are at stake. And I may not be actually disagreeing with either of you, but I don't think, we've seen, Syria again showed an unwillingness to intervene, and a terrible cost to that, and tragedy, Yemen, etc. And so I don't know that we want to say that here in Ukraine, this is worth waging everything on.
Thanks, Tricia. We do have other questions in the feed, but they are mostly at the operational level. So I'm going to hold those questions for part 2, which is more focused on that. But I know it's getting very late for Marina. I did say she could drop away. And Rob, of course, it's getting not quite as late, but still late for you. If you do want to drop away at the end of this discussion session, that's fine. But I don't want you to go before I put you on the spot. So here it comes. Question for both of you. What's going to happen next?
I knew you were going to do that to me. Well, thanks, Dean. Again, to save Marina, give her thinking time, I'm going to sort of charge in bald-headed for it. What's going to happen next? Okay, well, there are about 13 different scenarios that I've been trying to sort of put together, and trying to rationalize those and cohere them together is actually quite difficult. But if you want the sort of the big headline ones, I think the ones that we could probably all live with is where the war becomes what you call a broken back war. It just sort of degenerates into a bit of a stalemate, that the attrition inflicted upon the Russian army is such that the Russian army simply can't go forward anymore. It's got to the point where it can either withdraw or has to stay where it is. And that the Ukrainians, increasingly supplied with munitions at a much faster rate than they are right now, by the way, simply adds to their strength. Month on month, they just get stronger and stronger and stronger. And we'd end up with episodes where they would really drive militarily the Russians back from even positions that Russians thought they could consolidate. That stalemate, or that sort of recovery of Ukraine, I think is sort of one of the bigger sort of outcomes. Then there's another category, which are the categories of the one that Marina sort of hinted at a moment ago, which is it all goes wrong in Russia and we end up with a pretty catastrophic, ugly, messy transition of power. The one thing that Putin has perhaps feared the most is about when I get older, who's going to take over and how's that going to go, given the sort of memories of 1991 in Russia. So there's a possibility of that one. There's then the categories of the, oh my God, isn't that unthinkable category, which is the, we are one missile strike away. Let's remind ourselves, one missile strike away from a radiological catastrophe in Ukraine. One missile strike away. And that's why I think you're right, Patricia, to be so cautious and so reticent to say, well, you know, what about commitment? Because the odds, the risks are extremely high. And we know that. But unfortunately, even without NATO intervention, even without global coalition intervention, without UN intervention, we are still only one strike away from a really, really serious, in fact, probably the world's greatest human catastrophe is radiological contamination. Think Chernobyl, but on a bigger scale. That's how bad I think it could actually be. And then the question we then have to ask ourselves is, what do we start doing about these things? Do we have to have a radiological nuclear recovery program? Who's going to do that? Who's got the capacity to do it? How's it going to get there? When's it going to be deployed? How quickly will it be deployed? What do we do with all the radiological casualties, Russian as well as Ukraine, right? Because there's going to be thousands and tens of thousands of them. So there's lots of big scenarios. Some are ones we want to live with. Some are unthinkable. Some are, wouldn't that be nice? But there are so many. I mean, the great thing about, you know, the study of war is it teaches you that war is an incredibly dynamic and unpredictable phenomenon. And anyone who thinks they can control a war, like, oh, it's a special military operation or a limited war, well, go figure. Have a look at the history books, and people who do that will see, actually, that's a gigantic miscalculation right there. They always escalate out of people's control. They're always much worse than people think. And the outcomes are usually a lot less satisfactory than anyone can imagine. And I think there are some really gruesome possibilities that are coming. And I don't think we are prepared for them at all. As a globe, I just don't think we're even thinking those through yet, which is pretty tragic, given that we should have been. Marina.
Thank you very much, Rob. I think there is no such thing as foreseeable future. However, I will try to just state my opinion of what might happen by looking at something like Syria. So again, agreeing with Rob, there might be a frozen conflict once Mariupol falls, and at least from my own research, I think it's taking longer, but eventually Russians will take it, and hopefully the fighting will be reduced to minor skirmishes, as you know, as it was in Syria, as a reduction of violence happened. However, the war is still going on at a much lower level. So, because the likelihood of Zelensky and Putin reaching an agreement is, again, it's very unlikely, because the Russian demands are so unrealistic and unacceptable for Ukraine that we cannot expect that they will settle on the lowest common denominator, because each of them wants obviously to convince the other party that they have the right to territorial integrity. On the Russian side, it's denazification, genocide prevention, and also prevention of NATO membership or an emerging NATO member on its doorstep. It will also depend on what the international community does right now. And one of the kind of controversial supporters, so to say, would be Turkey. What will Erdogan be doing? On the one hand, he's supporting Putin. On the other hand, he's selling the Bayraktar TB2 to Ukraine. So obviously, the West, I think NATO countries will be trying to support without crossing this threshold where there might be a risk for a nuclear war. Whether or not that military support will be enough. And I think we have spoken very positively about, developments for the Ukrainian side. However, there are also some negative things that must be said. First of all, that we have to look at the country's homogeneity. It's not homogeneous as one might think. So not everybody, as a matter of fact, is satisfied with a current government. That being said, Zelensky has done a remarkable job being a wartime president. As a peacetime president, he wasn't that popular. We have to also understand that Ukraine has some fundamental political problems. So again, there were a lot of dissatisfied groups within the Ukraine who are on the Russian side. So the point being is, at a certain point, this promise that the Western countries will come and help us will wear out, because people in Ukraine are seeing their president has been saying it will be 2 weeks, because those messages are not just for the military, those messages are also for the population. A part of the population who could flee has already fled, another part of the population is still there. And at a certain point, and this concerns the morale of the Ukrainian forces, they are not receiving the support that they were hoping for from the West. The promises that the president is making are also not being fulfilled, in a sense that NATO countries are not stepping in. The volunteers who traveled to Ukraine, it also didn't work out to support the Ukrainian armed forces with the to expel the Russian invaders. Ukrainian military equipment, again, is also, one must say, outdated. It's from the Soviet times, and it's very difficult to select equipment to support the Ukrainians because it would require training time. So it has to be some sort of older Soviet kind of equipment that would be sent there. And the Ukrainian military itself, again, there is a lot of corruption in those ranks. Senior military leaders would be those from the Soviet times who still speak Russian, and perhaps many of whom are more sympathetic to Russia. And so all these fundamental problems we have to look at it, because right now we're looking at Ukraine as a victim. We are not looking at Ukraine critically enough, I think, to be able to assess that side more objectively, even if we're very disgusted by what Putin has been doing in the past months, Putin and his elite have been doing for the past months in Ukraine. So it could go, it could grow into an insurgency, but then the insurgency would not be against Russian forces. That insurgency could be another Maidan, only against the present government. So that could be another possible scenario I think we should not discount.
Thanks very much, Marina, and thanks to you both for your presentations and for this first discussion. I really appreciate you joining, particularly as it is very late for you. And again, you're more than welcome to stick around, but we fully understand if you need to go to bed. So I'm going to hand over now to you, Tricia, and thank you for your patience, and over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me, Dean. This is a great opportunity, and I'm very happy to be here. So I'm going to actually pick up some of where Marina just left off. Her points, I think, are very well taken, that right now it's hard to see Ukraine objectively and to evaluate Ukrainian military capabilities or the government of Ukraine objectively. And we all love a David and Goliath story, but I think we have to be clear-headed about what Ukrainian heroism and resolve and really impressive tactical warfighting that they've demonstrated, as well as a steady flow of weaponry, what it can accomplish and what it's not likely to accomplish. And I'm actually going to take a step back a little, take a broader view, and look at how unprecedented what we're seeing in Russia is, in the Russian war in Ukraine is. I mean, is this unprecedented, or does this have ties to what we've seen in the decades since World War II? And so I would just, taking a step back, I would like to think about this strategically and analytically for a minute. We know that in war, belligerents have two key assets. They have their destructive capacity and they have their tolerance for costs. And in destructive capacity, I'm going to put all those physical effects that the military can produce, given whatever material resources, warfighting capabilities it has, troop strength, equipment, technology, troop quality, all of that, as well as morale and leadership, which we know are really important. Cost tolerance, on the other hand, is the price that you're willing to pay, the human and material losses that you're willing to absorb. And both have utility and limitations. And we could have predicted at the beginning here that Russia's got the destructive capacity advantage and Ukraine has the cost tolerance advantage. But we need to think a little bit about to what extent both of those are advantages and the limitations of those advantages. So with enough destructive capacity, a state can destroy things, can attrit soldiers, cut off supply lines, destroy things of material equipment and other things of strategic value, can also seize and hold territory, buildings, physical infrastructure, including the infrastructure of governance. And what has been surprising is, to many, to most, I think, is the Russian military's inability to use its destructive capacity effectively to seize hold of cities and territories and infrastructure. But regardless of your destructive capacity and the advantage you have in that, you can't force an adversary to change its behavior, its policies, comply with your demands with just that brute force alone. Causing pain and suffering only works if you can exceed your adversary's cost tolerance threshold. And as we've seen, Ukraine's cost tolerance threshold in this war, which is over their survival, is very, very high, and we could have predicted that as well. We know that air power, coercion, punishment strategies have a really dismal record in history. They almost always fail to achieve their war aims. When used in isolation, what Rob said is absolutely true. When used in isolation, air power is very rarely strategically effective, nor is infantry used alone, et cetera. Artillery, mechanized warfare, et cetera. But that doesn't mean that coercion never works and punishment strategies never work. Patient, protracted punishment strategies can be effective, and in fact, they're the imposing costs that exceed the cost tolerance threshold of a strong adversary is really the only way that we win, right? And this is what everyone expected to see in Ukraine, really, is that the Russians would come in and seize territory, would probably be able to take Kyiv, seize the infrastructure of governance, and then they would be in for a very protracted, costly guerrilla and sabotage campaign to drive the Russian forces occupying Kyiv out, or the new government that they put in out. And that was the part that everyone was pretty sure was going to be tremendously costly for Russia, and that Russia, despite its, no matter how great we thought Russia's military capability was, very few, I think, thought that it had the military capability to annex Ukraine and hold Ukrainian territory and occupy it indefinitely. So I have a hard time believing that even Putin thought that that was possible. I, of course, will not claim to understand what Putin thinks. At the same time, though, we have a Ukrainian force which certainly has the cost tolerance advantage, but can't physically defend buildings or cities or infrastructure or protect people with cost tolerance. They've really shown remarkable tactical warfighting capacity, ability to use the military equipment that they have. But part of what has made the Russian forces unable to take Kiev is that the Ukrainians have concentrated their air defenses in the capital, leaving other cities more vulnerable. And if the Russians are able to get their act together and coordinate air and land forces, which is an if, they can take at least a number of those cities. They can take territory in the Donbass, and they can also, we see that Putin does not seem to have much of a moral problem with bombing civilians, just direct punishment attacks they cause enormous suffering. And so that capability that the Ukraine just doesn't have the capacity to defend against that everywhere. And so we are going to see, we're very likely to see a continuing just heavy bombardment of these cities and these territories to the point that Ukrainian forces there's little that they can do about that. So how might this end? You asked that, Dean, and I obviously can't predict the future, cannot say. But I think there's a few possibilities. Russia could potentially destroy Ukraine's ability to maintain an organized defense. I think that's still possible, and take part, potentially a fairly large part of Ukraine. It's much less likely now, I would agree with Rob, that they're going to seize control of Kyiv or the control of the infrastructure of governance there. Ukraine could hold out long enough that the costs of war exceed Putin's tolerance for costs, and Russia either just decides to withdraw almost entirely or negotiate a settlement for something significantly below his initial war aims. I don't think that's super likely, as I think Rob and Marina both said, because I do think that Putin's tolerance for cost is high here, or that Russia convinces Ukraine that it will inevitably render its military unable to maintain an organized defense, that fighting is futile. I think that's the only way that Ukraine will quit and be willing to make really major territorial and possibly governance concessions. So how it will end, we do not know for sure. Unfortunately, it looks like protracted stalemates and continuing suffering and a continuation of this punishment campaign is likely. Russia has the destructive capacity advantage, but not to the extent that most of us thought prior to the first few weeks of this war. And Ukraine has the cost tolerance advantage, but not the overwhelming advantage some have implied, because Putin's tolerance for cost is also quite high. So what's unusual here is that it is rare for a major power to underestimate the cost of a military intervention to take territory or overthrow a regime or seize infrastructure. It's really, really rare. It's highly, major powers have been highly likely to achieve those objectives. About 85% of the time, major powers going up against weak powers have achieved those types of objectives. And we heard a few reasons that might have been true: intelligence failures, Putin being surrounded by sycophants that won't tell him anything he doesn't want to hear, et cetera. And it's rare, really, for a major power to military to perform this badly. And we've, again, heard many reasons why that might be true, but I think we're going to be continuing to dissect that one for some time. Certainly it has been a major problem for Russia that it hasn't been able to establish air superiority, and that its airborne assaults, early airborne assaults, failed. So I think, I didn't look exactly at what time I started, Dean, but I think I may be coming close to my time limit here. I'm happy to.
You have time if you want to keep going, but
okay, all right. I think we also need to give some credit for the balance on the ground right now, and the incredible performance of the Ukrainian military. I think we need to give some credit to the progress Ukraine has made over the last 6-7 years. It has had extensive training from the United States, Canada, the British. There's been, we're pouring security assistance, equipment and supplies and all into Ukraine now, but we've been doing that, not to the extent that we are now, but we've been doing that for a while now. And they've proved remarkably adept. So we've got these weapons that are continuing to flow into Ukraine, advanced weaponry, some of the best anti-tank and anti-aircraft missiles in the world, drones, sniper rifles, all of this coming into Ukraine. That doesn't make it possible for them to defend territory everywhere in Ukraine. I just think that the military is too small, and that some of the pieces that Marina also brought up are going to become liabilities as this drags on. So I'll end there and see what you have to say and what questions people might have.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Tricia. And at this point, I'm going to do a presentation. It wasn't originally planned to be me. We had another speaker lined up, Professor Sarah Percy from the University of Queensland, who was going to speak on women in this conflict. I'm very sad that she hasn't been able to make it. She couldn't because of a COVID-associated restriction, which is unfortunate. And I do encourage all of you who are watching to look out for her book, which is coming out quite soon on this topic. It's extremely important. And again, I'm sorry to lose it. So this is a little bit of a case of here's something I prepared earlier, but it's an opportunity for me to talk about something that's not about Ukraine per se, but I think is relevant as we think about the implications for the future. So I'm going to try and share my screen, see if this works. The right one. Is that working? Great. All right, so you should be able to see my slides, hopefully. Let me know if you can't. So what I want to talk about, I can make it work. Is this topic, can the robot save the city? And thinking about ethics, I'm an ethicist by background, urban warfare and autonomous weapons. And so I've been interested for a while in the debate over the ethics of autonomous weapons. And this project I'm going to talk about really comes out of that perspective. And when we were thinking about it, we wanted to put that to the test in what's probably the most challenging environment for using these systems, which is, of course, urban warfare. And of course, Ukraine has given us a backdrop to really bring that home in many ways. And I really been thinking about this, at least the urban part of the story for many years, since I read Alice Hill's book back in 2004. It was published, called Future War in Cities, Rethinking a Liberal Dilemma. And it was extremely prescient. And there's been very little written about the ethical challenges of urban warfare, but they are huge. And I think she sums it up well when she says this: the primary challenge of urban warfare is that cities present more and more varied risks than any other environment on the planet. These tactical and operational risks carry with them the inherent legal and ethical risks, which together combine to form strategic risks. And I think that's really, really insightful. And we are seeing that very much in the Ukraine conflict today. And so the problem we're facing is that, as Alice Hills points out, is that urban warfare tends very strongly towards herbicide. We've certainly seen very dramatic examples of that in Ukraine. And John Spencer, who will speak later today, will point out that, look, a city is the people, not the structure. That's certainly true. And herbicide is perhaps an overstatement. It's quite hard to actually kill a city. But nonetheless, that's the direction that urban warfare tends to go, which if we put ourselves in the shoes of the advancing party, presents enormous challenges for us as hopefully Western forces who are interested in ethics, who care about collateral damage. This almost intractable problem seems almost to be insurmountable. So Western forces have for a long time tried to avoid engagement in cities. We just won't do that, but that may not always be an option that we have available. And so the question mark for us in this particular project was whether autonomous weapons can provide at least something of a solution to this wicked problem. Can they help at least? That's the question. And of course, this comes against the backdrop of a broader debate over whether we should have these things at all. Shouldn't we ban killer robots, as one very prominent group proposes? I have apologies for the shameless plug. I have a short book on trying to answer that question. I think the answer is no. It's a qualified answer. I think we have to be very careful how we control and use these systems, but I'm not convinced that the primary ethical arguments against them really hold up at the end of the day. And this project really came out of my limited engagement with the international debate around this topic of banning or restricting autonomous systems in the international realm. And what struck me about the debate was that so much of it was focused on, I suppose, ethical principles, which of course pleases me as an ethicist, but very little of it was weighing in the operational side of that question. And as an applied ethicist, my view of war is that it's a tension between two things. It's a tension of the ethics of war, rather. It's a tension between the reality that war is terrible, and so we want to avoid it if we can and minimize it as much as we can, but also that war is sometimes necessary, sometimes even just. It's sometimes the right thing to do. And we need to, if we're thinking about the ethics of war, try to have that balance. If we constrain if we define the ethical constraints in such a way that we can't actually proceed, we end up losing something very important, which is the ability to fight what would otherwise be just wars. So the project that we launched was really to try to kind of balance this debate by going, well, what is the operational value of these systems? And again, we did so by thinking about it in terms of the urban environment. And the main methodology we used was a war game methodology. It was we were very fortunate to partner with Second 14th, the leadership group there, who helped us and played our blue team. Tom McDermott, who will speak later, was involved, as was Dave Kilcullen, who will also speak later. And essentially, we had the opportunity to use a NATO product, which is a synthetic city. Of course, soldiers like maps, so we had the real maps as well. But this is called Arcario. It's designed around Naples, but plussed up and very sophisticated system. And over 10 days, we played multiple serials of the war game. And the idea was that over time, we would change the variables in terms of which side had what in terms of their autonomous systems. So initially, or actually all the way through, Red had the opportunity to use autonomous systems, and Blue started without them. Then we gradually increased their capability. But we also threw in more constrained ROE and spins, or special instructions on the use of force within urban environments. And I should emphasize that the game scenario was much more of a hybrid scenario. It wasn't reflecting a Ukraine type situation. It was a hybrid type opponent, and so lower intensity. But nonetheless, I think the findings were useful, and we're still at the draft stage in many ways, but here are some of the key findings. Firstly, we found that Blue had a clear preference for what we called graduated autonomy. In other words, where they could remotely pilot a system rather than allow it to operate autonomously, they absolutely would. There's a strong sense of wanting to be in control. And I think that's often missed out in the discussions on these systems, that they will be operated by militaries, and militaries do have cultures, and that culture of control is really important for almost all Western militaries. So that's, I think, a key thing. But as the tempo increased, and it became more difficult for Blue to directly control the individual systems, there was a desire to allow them to be increasingly autonomous. And that came about as a result of the pace of the engagement, but also, importantly, the level of electronic warfare interference that prevented direct control in some circumstances. Second major finding was that clearly, and this seems pretty obvious, but that autonomous systems did seem to reduce risk to own combatants. They provided a way to achieve effects without putting your own people at risk. So that's on its own an ethical plus. At the same time, this was kind of interesting that it impacted the way they thought about the value of targets. And this was particularly for Red, actually. So we had a number of situations where Blue used autonomous systems, and they weren't always weapon systems. In some cases, they were autonomous logistics systems. So for resupply and so on. And what Red came back to us was they often left those autonomous systems alone because there was no IW benefit to them. They weren't killing the enemy, and so they weren't going to waste their limited resources in this particular case. So there does seem to be another perhaps unexpected shift, and that's something we're going to need to think about as we go forward. This, I think, is particularly relevant to what we're seeing in Ukraine. And again, obviously what we're dealing with here are hypotheticals. We were thinking about a 2035 environment where systems are more capable than they are now, obviously. But it did seem to be the case that Blue found they could use these autonomous systems as substitutes for indirect fires, particularly high-yield explosive weapons. If they could send in a system that could quite discreetly deal with an issue or deal with a target, rather than using artillery or an airstrike, they chose that option, which was an opportunity for them to reduce risk of collateral damage. And they were, in as I already mentioned, often fighting with constrained rules of engagement or special instructions, which were about if there's this level of density of civilian population, you may not use indirect fires. And they found that they could use autonomous systems to a reasonable effect as an alternative. So it was a lot less destructive. Sorry, I can't see that. Yes. So there was actually quite a deep change to the way Blue was engaging as they got more and more capability in terms of autonomy, but also as they were facing these systems. They seemed to be starting to change the way they thought about maneuver and mass. And we couldn't explore that very far, given we were only had a 10-day war game, and it was tactical. But I think that that's a potential implication that we're going to need to think about. And that we're not seeing autonomous systems in Ukraine, but the massive use of drones is starting to potentially impact the way we think about that. But also, we were talking about a future city, future networked city, which made maneuvering without being discovered almost impossible. And so that had a big impact as well. But all through, certainly from Blue, the emphasis on the importance of being able to trust these systems and have a system of accountability for their use was all the way there. It was a massive emphasis throughout. And again, I think this is one of the things that's overlooked in the debate, that these systems will be used by militaries that have that kind of a culture. So that's where we got with that war game. We are following that up with a live experimentation. In fact, on Monday in Brisbane, we are going to do a fairly constrained live war game with some of our partners. But we're still in the process of thinking this through and drawing up the implications. But we wanted to put it out there. And if you do have thoughts about this, obviously my co-panelists will have thoughts now. But if you do have thoughts and you're watching this and you'd like to let us know, I'd be very interested to hear them. To hear from you. So please just look up my my email address on the website. I was going to show it, but maybe that's not wise on YouTube. So if you're really interested, look me up on the university website, send me an email. I'd really be interested to hear your thoughts and your comments. Thanks very much. Right, so we have some time again for discussion. Rob, do you want to start off?
Dean, that's very kind of you. I do have a question, actually. That was absolutely fascinating, what you just said there about your findings from war games. I think war games are particularly valuable because they're so experiential. So we start to forget all the normal constraints and start to think much more freely about what's going on. So they're an incredibly useful exercise. So my question, and I've got a question at the moment, Tricia, too, if I may, and that's about casualties and casualty evacuation. I came across an interesting device. It's like an amphibious thing for littoral sort of environments. If you take a casualty on a beach or within a few hundred yards of a waterline, you're supposed to sort of transfer this casualty onto this little boat, and it's automated and it carries your casualty back to a mothership. I think there's an air version as well. And I asked, soldiers and Marines what they thought of this capability. And they were really, really uncomfortable with it from an ethical point of view. What they wanted to do was be with the casualty. And if you talk to people who are playing the part of casualties, they were saying the same thing. Part of being a casualty is the fear of isolation, being left and dying alone. And they wanted to make sure they had their mates, to use an Australian term, around them. And I think I was just interested to see whether that was there in the war game too. Was the idea of extraction of casualties part of the issue there? And what about, not just military casualties, but what about all these civilian casualties that were going to be lying around the battlefield that need to be helped and extracted? How does autonomy change that dynamic?
Yeah, that's a really good point, and we found exactly that from our Blue, that they recognized on paper value of these systems, but they were uncomfortable with letting autonomous systems do the medevac. And the old habits die hard in many ways. So we had at least one situation where there were a number of blue dismounts who got engaged by an enemy autonomous system, and the sense of what happens then was automatic, right? Your team came to the aid of the casualties and they withdrew, whereas on paper they could have been dealt with by an autonomous system and the mission could have continued.
Yeah.
That idea of the old, I don't know if it's ever true, but the old saying about those little Soviet mines that they used to drop around Afghanistan, designed to just blow off a foot because that doesn't just take out one person, it takes three. Well, there's something deep-seated and human about that. So that certainly was one of the bits of feedback we got. Now, whether that will change in time, that's the question. Whether that, as we get more comfortable with autonomous systems in society generally, self-driving cars, potentially even medical facilities that are at least remote or autonomous, I don't know. But certainly at the moment, that's a challenge.
Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Steve. I mean, I want to defer to your other questions. I don't want to sort of seize all the limelight, but I was interested in getting a question to Patricia too, if that's possible, because I do think that's really interesting. Your idea, Patricia, of this, the kind of cost-benefit analysis of tolerance versus destructive capacity. I mean, that's very compelling, and it's very, it feels absolutely right. The way you measure those things. So my question is slightly more complicated in a sense. Is the age-old dilemma of how do you convert operational success, your destructive ability, you start to weaken the tolerance of your opponent, the destructive capacity is all going very well, and it looks like an operational military success, and then funny old thing happens, you get strategic failure. I mean, how does your model in a way sort of point us towards a direction of converting operational success or military success into strategic success? Or is that far too formulaic and we can't really go there? We have to judge each one in its context. What's the feeling there, Patricia?
Thanks. Great question, Rob. So what I found was that there are different types of objectives, different types of war aims. And so when you have war aims that are physical, tangible, and can be seized and held with force, then the destructive capacity is the most important piece, right? And there's a pretty straightforward relationship between your destructive capacity and your ability to achieve your war aims. When, however, you needed to get target compliance, you need the target to change its policy, accept your rule, changes behavior in some way, then states with destructive capacity have a really difficult or higher destructive capacity have a really difficult time with that, because the target tends not to fight back unless they have a really high tolerance for costs. And once they've done that, they aren't likely to concede just because you're imposing a lot of costs. It was very clear from your destructive capacity from the beginning that you had the ability to impose those costs. And so you have a much less direct relationship between destructive capacity and outcomes. And those were where these major powers were much more likely to fail. And actually, if I can just, if you don't mind, I didn't show these slides, but I'll just really quickly show you these slides for a minute. Okay, can you all see this here? And just taking a look here at the right side here, these are all militarized interstate disputes that escalated to mutual hostility, so violent conflicts. And you can see here that so we've got on the bottom here the initiator's proportion of the dyad's capabilities going from 0, the target had all the capabilities, to 1, where the initiator had 100% of the capabilities. And there's a very straightforward relationship that you would expect to see. You know, the probability of victory just increases with capabilities. When you're trying to take territory or overthrow a foreign government, seize the instruments of power, but your ability to achieve your war aims actually declines when you have an objective that's more like changing policy and changing behavior. And when I looked just at the major powers, so these are all major powers since World War II to about 2003. There's 123 conflicts here, and you can see this, you know, removing a foreign regime or acquiring or defending territory, the success rate was like 85%, 70%. But when you got down to, you know, things like peace enforcement, maintaining a colonial government policy change, you have this much lower probability of success, and actually some of the longer conflicts here. So hopefully that's helpful to answer your question.
That's fascinating. That, you know, that really is interesting, and it's so neat the way you've done that. So, Dee, if I may, my follow-up question very quickly. Sorry to hog all the time, is about how does optimism bias, in sense, kind of distort the expectations of these outcomes? Because Dominic Johnson, my namesake at Oxford, has done some superb work about over-optimism and how that colours changes those things. So do you think that, you know, there's a sort of blindness, and we can go back to our Russia example here, you know, there's a blindness about, it should be a straight blue line going up the graph, shouldn't it, for Putin? He's thinking, hang on, it's all about land and territory. We know that the Russian way of thinking is often to think in terms of sheer military power and geography. There's two really big factors for them. And what they haven't figured out is actually they're on a red line, not a blue line, to use your diagram. You know, I think that's, they're unable to see the red. You know, I just wondered if you thought there was actually a correlation between color blindness, dare I say it, and the sort of things.
Sure. Well, I think what powerful states tend to underestimate, miscalculate, you know, be overly optimistic, is when they in reality are going to need target compliance, and they, you know, understandably, it's much more straightforward to judge your adversary's destructive capacity, military capabilities. I mean, obviously we can get it wrong, and we've gotten it somewhat wrong here. But you can't see their tolerance for costs, and I think there's a bit of, you know, when you have the destructive capacity advantages, it's easy to overlook that the target's cost tolerance is going to be a very important factor, and that you can't actually achieve your aims without their compliance. And so that's where you see these powerful states getting into situations where they have to withdraw because they can't achieve their objectives.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because if you compare it with the Iraq War invasion calculations, you know, there are measurable tangibles there, measurable things like land, you know, governance, consent structures. They are very measurable, algebraic sort of things. Whereas there's an intangible about what's the sentiment of the people. Will they accept this? And I remember in the Iraq inquiry, one of the questions that Prime Minister Tony Blair kept asking his sort of intelligence chiefs was, is this going to be seen as a liberation? This invasion of Iraq, or is it going to be seen as something else? He was very sensitive to the idea that it should have been a sort of red line and so on, but he just wasn't getting the data. The data wasn't there because it's actually very hard to measure in a dictatorship, you know, what public sentiment was. As we're finding with the Russian public, you know, we have lots of opinion polls, but we know they're all completely skewed, and it's really hard to get some sense of what people really think and what they're saying in public to a poll, because they know they're going to get into trouble. There's a 15-year jail sentence if you use the wrong word or use the wrong symbol. So really interesting how these perceptions also influence the things you're talking about. Really, that's great. Really interesting work. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. And
so
Dina,
I'm going to
sorry. Do you have questions? Okay, go ahead. Ask the questions for people out there, and I have a question for you later if you
great.
Run out of those questions.
Well, let me throw this one in. The question is, the Ukraine war of aggression by Russia has highlighted the flaws of the UN. Does anyone see any potential for some movement to fix the UN to deal with the new geopolitical landscape? What do you think?
That's a really tough one. This isn't the first time that the flaws of the Security Council and the veto power have been highlighted. I think, you know, it's been incredibly hard to get any type of reform of the Security Council system and the UN system in general. And with the 5 powers that are on the Security Council now, it's really hard to see how it could move toward reforming the system without just expelling Russia and China. I don't know if you have a more optimistic take, Rob.
No, I don't have an optimistic view. I thought the Ukrainians tried something quite interesting. Was they pointed out that when China became a member of the Permanent Five, there was a formal process for that. Whereas when Russia replaced the Soviet Union, it was just assumed that Russia was the successor of the Soviet Union, which potentially opened up a loophole to challenge their position. I don't think it's gone anywhere, and it probably won't. But I thought that was a really interesting attempt. And if you know any more about it, Rob.
No, that's absolutely right. And he was quite correct, actually, in making that judgment. I think he did it in actually a very, very interesting way as well. I mean, it really was designed to humiliate the Russians on that basis. I mean, I won't name him because I think it'd be unfair because of the Chatmas rule, but a gentleman who was highly placed within the UK diplomatic service who works in the United Nations told me that, I hope that doesn't identify him, he said, you know, the funny old thing is that we all have very high expectations of the UN when things go wrong. And really, it's no more than a glorified debating chamber. And that it doesn't have an enforcement capacity for all the reasons we designed it to not have one in 1945. It was discussed in 1945, and indeed in 1944, whether it should have enforcement capacity because the League of Nations had failed because it could not enforce its will. But the agreement was that there should be a charter and that we would get nations to live up to that charter. There was an expectation they would want to because they'd just been through the world's first atomic war, and it was the most destructive war we'd ever had in human history. So why wouldn't you want to sign up to a charter that just guaranteed everyone integrity and got rid of that major big problem that had occurred before 1945, which is the border problem, you know, which had caused most wars. So there was a great deal of optimism. It's a debating chamber. And when I spoke to the gentleman, I said, well, it doesn't work, does it? It's not going very well. He said, yeah, good idea. Let's abolish it. But then what we're going to have to do the following morning, we'll wake up and go, do you know what we need? We kind of need a debating chamber. Let's call it the United Nations. So he said, if we don't have one, we'd invent one. And I think we have to perhaps recalibrate our expectations of what it is and what it can do and what we really as a world community want it to do. There are too many wars still. There are too many loopholes, if you like, in the United Nations. And I think we could do a lot better in actually improving not necessarily the UN's ability to debate, but our ability as an international community to think about how we apply international law. I mean, there are lots like the UNCLOS, you know, UN Convention on Law of the Sea, is not recognized by the United States of America, nor is it recognized by China. Now, those are 2 major permanent 5, you know, members who don't recognize a very, very effective piece of maritime legislation. And that's the sort of area I think we need to get going. The law can be very, very helpful to the UN. So that's one of the things we're letting ourselves down on. Lots of loopholes like that we could deal with rather than actually think we need an enforcement agency. And perhaps I should just take the opportunity to answer Patricia's question earlier about, so what was your proposal that got laughed at? It was to, actually within the first week, it was to form an international coalition that would go into Odessa, led by Marines, secure Odessa, and open up 2 50-mile wide humanitarian corridors, one going north and the other going east. Now, lots of people said to me, we can't do that because you're implying a ground, you know, no ground move zone and a no-fly zone, and that's going to be a war. And I said, well, who said it has to be NATO? I just said it has to be an international force sanctioned by the UN General Assembly because the UN Security Council would not be able to act. It didn't get put on the table. It didn't get any traction. But interestingly, people have come back to me and said, I wonder why we didn't do it. Would have that been an option? We just ruled out too early. We self-censored and we self-limited. I don't know. So Patricia, that's what I did. I don't know if you think that's a good idea, but that was my idea.
I think it's a great idea. Patricia, did you want to ask something of me?
Yes, if I can still remember my question. Yes, so I was wondering if the war game simulations were allowed you just to see what kinds of operational or tactical objectives these autonomous systems were able to achieve, or was that not what you were trying to do?
Yeah, they were mostly substituted for other tactical capabilities. So
okay,
and that was just how we used them. We had real troops on the ground, and it wasn't a substitution of a fully autonomous force by any means.
mm-hmm.
But we increasingly gave them these capabilities. And yeah, I mean, this relates to one of the questions that came up actually on the chat, was there any change, or were there any changes to the mentality or willingness to commit to a forceful solution as the autonomy of platforms increased, i.e. did decision making become more or less callous? Which is an interesting question. And for our experiment, the answer is no. And you've got to kind of understand the context. It was a tabletop experiment. We didn't have real people at risk on the ground. Obviously, we were, the planners were planning the operations as if they were, but they weren't using the fact that they had autonomous systems as a carte blanche to just go off and kill anybody, because they had the same kinds of constraints that they always had, rules of engagement, and we added on some special instructions about warfare in urban areas. So limitations to destruction of key civilian infrastructure that perhaps is not always covered by ROE and that kind of thing. So they didn't change anything in the way that they were doing that. They just had different tools by which to use it. But it doesn't necessarily answer that question, right? If you have the ability to send systems in where there's no risk of body bags going home, will you be more aggressive? That is a potential. And the only answer to that is that it's not about the system, it's about the people employing them. They have to be properly trained and educated and motivated to act within those bounds. And as we've seen in Ukraine, the nature of urban warfare is that it drags you down to your lowest denominator. That you tend to, the frustrations, the difficulty, the risk, the danger tends to drag fighting forces towards atrocities. And that's what we want to resist. So if this is something that can enable us to be somewhat detached from that risk, perhaps there's at least something of a solution there. Let me see what else we've got here. Excuse me. Phone has gone to sleep. All right. So this is a related question. Does combat readiness matter if you are able to keep channeling thousands and thousands of robots into the breach? It's a good question, and I'm not a military tactician, but I think that is a form of readiness, right? You're just having systems that are ready. But I think we often overplay the level of impact these systems will have. Obviously, in Ukraine, we've seen drone use unlike we've seen before, and that's fascinating. But I'm not convinced it's fundamentally changed the way wars are fought. They're still fought by human beings using tools, and I don't think autonomous systems will replace those human beings on the ground. They may enable them to have more standoff or more distance from risk, but I'm not convinced it'll have that level of impact that some people think it will. But perhaps you have differently. Rob, what do you think?
That's a great question. I mean, I'm struck by the fact that it's Kenneth Payne, who's at King's College London, who was looking at how different organisms, kind of even protozoa sort of levels of organisms were actually able to throw themselves into a breach, you know, repeatedly to try to prevent some infection or to overcome microbe that's an opponent. And the question that's been in my mind is that as we move towards ever greater levels of sophistication with artificial intelligence, my question for you, Dean, is did you come across any sort of real thoughtful experimentation about how would AI solve the problem different from humans? Would it be any better or less? I mean, that's one question. The other question is, can you ever imagine a situation where an artificially intelligent device would sacrifice itself for another robotic device? Because we take the words sacred, you know, from sacra, from blood, which is a very human thing. And I wonder whether you can actually imagine, and I know Kent is writing this book at the moment, or written a book on I, Warbot, you know, can you imagine a situation where actually robots sacrifice themselves for other robots? And then what happens to the humans in the loop anyway? I mean, are they now just irrelevant, collateral? Over to you.
So, yeah, that's a great question about the sacrifice. I think, you know, one of the things I talk about in my book is I think we make the mistake of over attributing human characteristics to these systems. That actually a lot of what at least the first generation of autonomous systems will be fairly stupid. They won't be massively intelligent at all, but they will be able to operate autonomously. So, and yeah, we might get to a point where we create AI that's at a level that is somewhat approaching human consciousness. Possibly, I'm not sure. I think that's a long, long way away. But then we have a different problem. It's not a question of what we're talking about. You know, if we're just talking about weapons in war, it's a much bigger problem. Do we think of them as beings with rights? And that's a massive social issue that, again, I don't think we're very near to that. Sorry, Rob, can you remind me of your other question that was important?
I try to remember now. Oh, it was about whether people were able to imagine artificial intelligence coming up with better solutions than the human actors on the exercise, or whether they thought, oh, well, AI will do that even though we can't figure it out. I mean, did you come across that at all?
Yes, we did have discussions about that. And again, we were, you know, it's a hypothetical situation. We didn't have any AIs doing any work, but we had some interesting thoughts about this. And one of the thoughts was the idea of a kind of digital or AI shadow for decision makers that would learn the kinds of decision making that these decision makers tended to make, such that if it became necessary, if the commanding officer or whoever it is was incapacitated for some reason or was asleep, that digital shadow, that AI shadow, could continue to run things, which was a fascinating idea and a little bit scary. And then came the prospect that, well, you wouldn't necessarily just turn this thing off when that particular commanding officer retired. You might give it to somebody else, and it would learn from them as well and become smarter still. Now, you know, again, there are all sorts of technical challenges to that kind of thing, but it certainly opens up a range of questions, and it comes back to that point that the players kept wanting to emphasize. It's really important to us that there be accountability, human accountability. And I do think that's important. And you know, a lot of the debate is around this idea of meaningful human control. I think it's a slightly unhelpful term, but it's trying to get at that idea. We don't want to let the systems go and there not be accountability. I think there are ways of doing it. We do keep accountability in quite distributed ways already. I don't think it rules them out, but I think it's a very important challenge to using these systems.
I think that's a great answer, Dean. Thank you very much, Dean, for answering it. And it is a reminder that the point you made earlier, that people do not want to lose control. They want to have, so you don't replace or shadow your commander with another robot. What you do is you shadow it with another person, and they simply swap over because they know what they're doing. And that's more likely. What I have seen experimented with, which I thought was very successful, was where headquarters today are filled with, you know, up to 20, maybe 40 people. That AI enablement is allowing them to reduce that headquarter size down to about 10, 12, even 4 people. And that just stops the clutter and the noise. It starts to allow people to focus a lot more, which I thought was very, very interesting. But the analogy for anyone still watching this discussion is to think in terms of sort of a 17th or 18th century battlefield with lots of soldiers, all of whom are expected to act like automatons, to follow drill maneuvers and drum beats. And those who don't conform were socially ostracized. If they decided to throw their musket away and run away, they were not cohesive. And there's a sort of, kind of human thing going on there about what we expect of each other in those moments of intense stress. Some people don't manage it, but there's a sort of system that keeps you in place. And the Russians have assumed in their war in Ukraine that all their troops are going to be like automatons and just follow the orders and do as they're told. Actually, they've forgotten the fundamental thing that actually people are all very different, and that without sufficient training, they're not going to follow those particular rules. And therefore, the decision makers, those human decision makers, have got it completely wrong. They not even understand the specimen they're dealing with, let alone an advanced piece of technology like an AI. So, we have a lot of learning to do about how we use these technologies. We've got a lot of learning to do about ourselves still. We have to relearn all the time those things. What do you think, Patricia?
I think you're right. I mean, we do certainly have quite a bit left to learn, and I know we probably need to saw the wrap up note there, but I think one of the pieces about autonomous weapons is that I think that they're going to be very limited in what they can really achieve, and that this human interaction is going to be. It's hard for me to imagine that we're going to give much decision-making control over to these autonomous these AI, or that would even be all that useful on the battlefield, in particularly in the complicated situations that we see, like urban warfare.
We are getting close to the end of our time, so I want to throw in one last question for you both, and it's come off the feed. I think it's an important one. The paralysis of the West seems primarily fed by nuclear risk. Is Russian saber rattling a real threat? Is their red line threshold lower than the West? What do we think of the nuke situation?
Well, it's a great question. I think you'd have to ask a really good specialist on Russian nuclear thinking. I'm not sure I can answer it. I'll give you a short answer, I think, which is that I think their calculations, as we found out from the Cold War, are very similar to our own. That it is a mammoth step. It is an enormous step to go that far. What's in the mind of Putin about it? Very good question. Would he take the risk and say, do you know what, it's worth using tactical nuclear weapons because the West will never use them and therefore I'll get away with it? The opprobrium that would be heaped upon Russia forever after would be so vast, I doubt very much the nation state would survive. I really don't. I don't think it would it would last very long. I think his miscalculation would be the one that Patricia's been telling us about. A colour blindness about, I'll use this destructive force and no one else will possibly oppose me because I'm too strong. And that, of course, would be the most gigantic miscalculation ever. So is there a risk? Yes. It's a mammoth. It is a very, very big one. Would he do it? I don't know. I don't think any of us actually really know. Would someone retaliate? Yes, I think they would. And I think that's the tragedy of the whole thing. I think it'd be a very short exchange if you really push me on it and put Stalin's pistol to my forehead and tell us for the answer. I think there probably would be a very limited exchange. I think after the first initial rounds, it'd be so appallingly destructive that everyone would then stop. But I think, it would be the greatest miscalculation by Putin of all time, of all history, I think, if that was to happen.
I agree with much of what you said, and I think it's hard to imagine a calculated, rational, strategic decision to use a nuclear weapon. I think it's a little bit more likely that Putin would decide to use a so-called tactical, nuclear weapon, a small yield, which would still be incredibly devastating. I think that what is more likely is some sort of breakdown of command and control, an accident, something that was meant to be a bluff and a threat, and that turns into an accidental or a miscommunication, or some sort of mental break that Putin has. I think that the probabilities are really low, fortunately, but the outcome is so devastating that really low probabilities aren't very comforting.
So a somber note. Let's hope we don't get anywhere near that. And thank you to you both. I really appreciate this. It's been a fantastic conversation, and we really must do it again, and hopefully in person next time. That'd be fantastic. So thank you for your contribution. And if you're watching, we are going to break now for 15 minutes. So we will recommence at 10:35, or if your time zone is not Australian Eastern Standard Time, 35 minutes past the hour. So we will start again at 10:35. So thanks again. Bye.
Thank you very
so
much
much
indeed. Thanks so much.
Well, hello everyone. I hope you are refreshed and ready for part two. There's plenty of excellent analysis still to come. So in part one, we were able to draw on the expertise of Dr. Marina Meyer, Dr. Rob Johnson from Oxford, and Tricia Sullivan from UNC Chapel Hill. And I'm sure if you were able to watch that, I'm sure that you'll agree that was a great discussion. And as I say, more good stuff to come. So we'll start part two with Tom McDermott. Tom is an associate lecturer here at UNSW Canberra, part of the Future Operations Research Group team. He's also currently completing a PhD at ANU. Tom is an officer in the Australian Army, but we must emphasize that his contribution here today is entirely in his role as a scholar, and what he has to say should be in no way construed as reflecting the position of the Australian Army, the ADF, or anybody else for that matter. These are Tom's views, and if you don't like them, take it up with Tom. And he will be focusing on key operational lessons emerging from the Ukraine conference so far. Next, we have Professor Clinton Fernandez, who is also a member of our Future Operations Research Group here at UNSW Canberra. Clinton probably needs no introduction. He's one of Australia's most innovative thinkers in security and international relations, and will today tackle the question of the knock-on effects of the Ukraine conflict. We'll then hear from Professor David Kilcullen, who is a co-convener with me of the Future Operations Research Group. Dave's most recent book, written with Dr. Greg Mills, examines the failure in Afghanistan, but it's really the book before that, The Dragons and the Snakes, How the Rest Learned to Fight the West, that is most relevant here today. And Dave will explore some of the key assumptions that he and other leading analysts made that have been challenged by what has unfolded over the past 6 weeks. So we'll start with that panel, then we will pause for discussion, and we'll have a short break, and then we'll come back for the final presentation of the symposium, which will be by John Spencer, who is Chair of Urban Warfare Studies at West Point's Modern Warfare Institute, and also Senior Fellow of the Madison Policy Forum. John's book on urban warfare is due out in September, but in the meantime, his downloadable mini manual for the urban defender, a guide to the strategies and tactics of defending a city, which has been translated into Ukrainian, Japanese, and Latvian, has been having a direct impact on the fighting in Ukraine. So it's going to be great to hear from him as well. So without further ado, over to our first speaker for part two. Over to you, Tom.
Hey, well, thanks, Dean. And it's great to speak to everybody. I like to consider myself a non-threatening filler between the speakers this morning, likes of Rob Johnson, and then the very impressive speakers who will follow me with Clinton and David and John Spencer. But it's a privilege to speak amongst this group, and I have my 15 minutes to run through what I consider to be really some of the key operational lessons that have come out so far from the Russian invasion of Ukraine. A bit of the context that sits with this is I was involved in conventional warfighting operations in 2003 in Iraq, and therefore have a frame of reference as to the scale of operations currently being conducted and how they sort of rolled out at that operational level. So I'm going to use Zoom, the magic of Zoom, a little bit as I talk through what essentially are 5 observations. The first one being more of a strategic observation, but it very much sets the context for the following 4 operational observations. And as I step through each one, I'm going to change the background behind me to just grab some images that hopefully will aid retention of the points I'm going to come across. So hopefully that'll work, and we'll see how we roll out. So I'm actually going to start in a place that a number of the other speakers have already started, which is the use of targeted intelligence released by Western nations to impact on the operations to start with. I'm going to start referring to this really as blowing away the grey zone. And I understand that the grey zone is a contested concept that still exists, but it's increasingly becoming sticky, particularly amongst Western nations who are using it as a common definition within doctrine and within concepts to define how things work. When people see the grey zone, what they tend to think about is they tend to think about little green men, and they tend to think about the practicalities of it. But for me, the reality is that the grey zone and grey zone operations are designed by the Russians to create an attack on truth more than anything else. What they're seeking to do is to define through a theatre setting an area of legal and legitimate grey area that they can operate within. And what it allows them to do is to undermine the basis of truth within inside that zone and then use that for the creation of breakdowns of coalitions, breakdowns of cohesion amongst groups, and to do so. And they find it exceptionally useful. And we have many examples, particularly in the Crimea in 2014, which I think they hoped would become a model for what took place recently. But one of the most remarkable and perhaps the most strategic, and my first observation, is that the West's release of intelligence in the build-up towards this operation and since the commencement of it has very much been successful in blowing that grey zone away. And really through two particular actions. One was the release of intelligence around the Russian intention to put a puppet government into Ukraine. And the second was the days before with the release of false flag plans to prevent the Russians from creating a cause for them to intervene. So, what is the outcome of that? Well, the outcome of that is that the West has successfully denied the Russians any argument towards a casus belli, a cause for war, for the invasion to take place. And what we've seen since is that international opinion has overwhelmingly condemned and then continues to condemn the Russians' actions as illegitimate and illegal. And there's very clear evidence of this. So just two examples. On the 2nd of March, so 5 days after the invasion took place, the UN General Assembly voted overwhelmingly for, and I quote, that the General Assembly deplores in the strongest terms the aggression by the Russian Federation and demands that the Russian Federation immediately cease its use of force against Ukraine. 141 countries voted for that motion and only 5 voted against, which was Russia, Belarus, North Korea, Eritrea, and Syria. And that's a pretty challenging group of friends to be amongst, Had Russian disinformation and their attempts to create the grey zone around Ukraine been successful, that result might have been far more equivocal and would very much have changed the outcome, I think, over the last 42 days of the action that's taken place. The converse of that is that the blowing away of the grey zone has gifted a huge dividend of moral authority to the Ukrainians. And that's proved to be exceptionally important for all of the operational actions that have then followed. So it's been the basis of that huge international coalition to provide military aid and funding to Ukraine. And it's been the unifying motivation for the strength of the sanctions, and even more neutral countries like Germany and Switzerland getting behind that effort, giving up a sense of neutrality that has lasted for significant periods. It's provided a vital source of morale and motivation to the Ukrainian military and the people. And therefore, the operational value of that, as we're going to see through my 4 operational analysis points, has been pretty immeasurable. What I think is really interesting, and Rob Johnson talked about this briefly, is the question now is, are the Russians seeking to retreat to and then re-establish a grey zone that they're significantly more comfortable operating within? Since 2014, they spent years generating a narrative within the Donbass, and particularly around Crimea, of a Russian diaspora that needs protecting and a requirement for them to intervene in that region. And it might be that reallocation of forces is then moving back to that more comfortable grey zone area to operate from. So what's the lesson for that? Well, the first lesson is that, yes, this has been successful, but what we've now got to do as the West, both strategically and operationally, is try and inhibit the Russians from doing that. It's inhibiting them from creating that theatre where they can attack trust and truth significantly to maintain the coalition against them. And I think that's a really important observation. So that's my first observation, is the success of blowing away the grey zone. And that very much echoes what the speakers this morning opened, I think is generally agreed to be one of the biggest outcomes of this so far. So I'm now going to move to my second observation. And that second observation is the idea that what we're seeing at the operational level is a comparative growth in the advantage of the defence vice the offence, which I think is actually really interesting. So, one of the most striking features so far of the conflict has been what I see as that growing competitive advantage. It's always been the case that the defence has held an advantage over the offence. If you jump back to Clausewitz, and continues to be relevant very much in what we're seeing at the minute. Clausewitz says that the defence is the strongest form, or the stronger form, of waging war. And traditionally, we've always felt that the metrics are required as a minimum of a 3-to-1 ratio to overcome a determined defence, raising up to 8 to 10 ratios for consistent defences in urban areas, and that's sort of historical reference. In recent years, what we've seen is a lot of analysis about how distributed lethality, things like ubiquitous sensors, intelligence tools, the acceleration of technology within modern warfare is changing that character of modern conflict. And the Australian Army call this accelerated warfare, which I think is a pretty useful term to come through. And to a certain extent, Ukraine is proving that to be true. But what I think we're seeing is that that acceleration, that edge that those new technologies are providing, are very much more advantageous in the defense than they are in the offense. So small, highly lethal weaponry, for me, seems to be the standout example of this. So we're now estimating from many sources that more than 17,000 light anti-armor weapons and man-portable air defense systems have been delivered to Ukraine. And with these sort of extended ranges, the low profile, as you can sort of see behind me, with an NLAW being used by Ukrainian defensive positions, you know, those low profile and top attack natures have been devastating. They've managed to create these sort of lethal defensive anti-access bubbles, both for ground forces and for air forces, particularly around urban areas. And the Russians have fundamentally failed in their ability to penetrate those anti-access bubbles around those areas. So the Ukrainians have particularly exploited this advantage to their absolute best, and they've used their home advantage significantly. Now, I think persistent and layered ISR has been really important, and that's both traditional ISR, as you'd think of it, through observers, through OPs and others, but also non-traditional ISRs like civilian layers of networks and sensors, you know, drones, CCTV, simple civilians with mobile phones recording information and sending it through or putting it up onto social media. You know, and that has rung inciting reports all the way through the depth of Ukrainian defense. Advancing Russian forces, however, haven't had any of those advantages, and what they've had to do is place themselves above a detection threshold, and as soon as they're identified, they're targetable. Ukrainians are particularly hubbed off urban areas, making that sort of penetration and lodgement of those areas very much high cost. So this isn't just about high tech. You know, Ukrainian forces seem also to have done a really exceptional job applying what we would call traditional principles of the defense. They've used depth, mutual support, careful selection of terrain, obstacles supported by fire, and they've been pretty bold in their offensive spirit as well. You know, Clausewitz, again, he puts in a maxim that the defensive form of war is not a simple shield, it's a shield made up of well-directed blows. And I think we've all seen the Ukrainians make those well-directed blows. So I think there's a lot for Western nations to learn from this. You know, if this is true and this continues and the defense does have a comparative advantage, more so, this growing comparative advantage is going to become something that we need to leverage. You know, this new sort of the new first mover advantage might be that you secure operational theatre key terrain rapidly, and then you're forcing adversaries to come and fight you to gain control of it. So each operational step might be re-establishing your defense as you seek to do so to maintain that comparative advantage. I'd also say, as John Spencer and others have argued, that we need to be, on the back of this lesson or this observation, increasingly serious about urban operations. So a couple of statistics relevant to the region. By 2050, more than 2/3 of the world's population will live in urban areas, about 7 billion people. And in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, where we're particularly interested, you know, we're home to 13 of the world's 22 megacities. And in the Pacific, urban growth is outstripping the national growth rates, expected to double urban populations within the Pacific by 2040. In Australia, 86% of Australians live within urban areas within 50 kilometres of the coast. You know, littoral urban terrain is the future for this region, and we need to consider how we operate in the defence in those areas. So it does, however, present some major challenges for the Ukrainians. If we turn to Clausewitz for a third time, and I promise I won't mention Clausewitz more than 3 times in this presentation, you know, he reminds us that defence can rarely be strategically decisive. So he says defence has a passive purpose. If defence is the stronger form of war, yet has a negative object, it follows that it should be used only as long as weakness compels, and be abandoned as soon as we are strong enough to pursue a positive object. So the question for the Ukrainians, if they're going to expel Russians from the country, how do they then transition, even if the overall thing remains defensive, how do they transition to the offense in order to expel Russian forces from the country? We're starting to see some of that, and I'll talk about that towards the end. So that's my second point. Moving on to the third point is the failures of Russian operational maneuver. Okay, so I think it's fair to say that there has been deep surprise amongst most analysts and students of the Russian military, and I'm not a specific student of the Russian military, but I've read about it a lot in the last 45 days. You know, we've seen great surprise amongst the Russian, those students of the Russian military, and the failures in Russian operational maneuver. And this really seems to have been right from the start. You know, most people, we sort of seem like we have a sense of what Russia's original O plan was. to execute a rapid overwhelming and decapitation of the Ukrainian military. So the plan seems to have been they were going to do a swift achievement of air superiority in that first 48 hours. They were going to conduct a joint targeting campaign of ballistic missiles and joint fire strikes. They were then going to conduct a series of coup de main operations to seize key terrain, such as a hostile airfield and those key junctions, do an armoured link-up from the borders, some amphibious manoeuvre in the south, and then ultimately look for the capitulation, the co-option and replacement of the Ukrainian government. Now, it seems the Russians assumed that this would be relatively easy. And to an extent, that seems to be a fairly fair assumption. You know, most analysts across the world in the days building up to the invasion read the situation in the same way. They said that Russian forces have a quantitative and qualitative advantage over the Ukrainians, particularly given their modernization since 2008, which some of the earlier speakers spoke about. But the theory on paper turned out to be entirely different in reality. And actually, it's difficult to find an element of the original Russian O plan, if we're reading it right, that was a standout success. You know, particularly Russian joint targeting, that campaign itself lacked weight and accuracy. You know, open sources suggest the Russians fired about 700 ballistic and cruise missiles in the first 2 weeks, so the first 14 days of the war, but without really any decisive effect against Ukrainian C2, right down to not even knocking out social media, internet, and other aspects. You know, if you compare that to the 2,000 precision weapons that the coalition used in the first 4 days of the Iraq war, that's more than 500 a day we used, and that had considerable operational effect. So it's possible to do these things, but it was unsuccessful in Ukraine. So on top of that, the Russians, you know, failed to secure air superiority or supremacy. And it seems that in the first 48 hours, they lost so much confidence in their own capacity to operate with freedom of movement in Ukrainian airspace that they then more or less ceased to do so, flying only at night and focusing on ballistic missile launches from outside the country. You know, the coup de main operations at places like Hostomel Airfield fundamentally failed. And then Russian ground maneuver, you know, really struggled to gain any momentum. Interestingly, they also failed to maneuver in the information space. And I think it's fair to say the Ukrainians dominated that operational information space, particularly in that first week, right up to, you know, helplines for Russian mothers to understand what their children were up to, and then offering, you know, money to Russian soldiers to defect and bring their equipment across. So dogged by insufficient logistics and poor morale, Russian forces seem to have pretty much floundered across all the domains. Now, many have commented that even the Russian dog that was Russian cyber and EW capability, you know, failed to bark. And the Council for Foreign Relations published a pretty good summary of this, you know, stating the Russian offensive from Ukraine into Ukraine has been characterized by a relative lack of major cyber operations. You know, no one's really sure why that is, but, you know, the Russians were painted as world leaders in aggregating effects across these new domains, across cyber and EW and space, and it really hasn't proved to be the case. So if you wrap that all together, you know, what seems to have happened is the Russians have failed to fracture the will and cohesion of the Ukrainians, you know, and ultimately in Western maneuver theory, that is the ultimate aim. The aim is to fracture the will and cohesion of your adversary, and they absolutely failed to do that. And indeed, what seems to have happened is the opposite has happened. Now, that chaotic Russian advance has led to a surge in morale of the defenders as they belied the initial assessments and fought the invaders back. So it's pretty difficult to work out why this has happened, but we've got to study it in great detail. You know, there might be what you might call proximal reasons for these failures, so things really close up to this specific case of the invasion. You know, it's possible that excessive OPSEC at strategic and political levels, you know, right up to held so tight right up to the invasion itself, prevented the detailed operational planning that needed to take place, or perhaps that decision making was too high up. You know, and the leadership within Russian forces might just have been not very good. They might have made bad tactical and operational decisions. But I think, as Rob talked about, you know, it's equally likely that the failures are both endemic and institutional. So Russia's military modernization since 2008 really does seem potentially to have just been paper thin. You know, evidence is emerging of significant equipment failures within Russian equipment and high failure rates of new technology weapons. And we talked about, you know, adaptation and automated systems and some of the C4ISR systems that we are experimenting with at the minute. You know, the Russians have been developing one of those for 20 years called YESUTZ, you know, the Unified System for Command and Control at the Tactical Level, which was designed to, you know, enhance and advance all of these decision-making processes. And it seems it might have just fundamentally failed. So, you know, I think the conclusion we come to is, you know, these sorts of operations are possible to be successful. You know, the 1991 coalition operations in the first Persian Gulf War and then 2003 in the second have shown that you can conduct decisive, rapid operations, but the Russians seem to have been unable to do so. Some of these failures perhaps give us salutary lessons about our own adaptations and modernizations as we look at high technology, as we look at complex command and control systems. Are we painting a picture on paper that when you try and apply in theory is going to struggle as much as the Russians may have done? So just moving into my fourth point, that is the comparative successes faced against the Russians of Ukrainian doctrine. So it stands in stark contrast. Russian maneuver and doctrine seems to have failed fundamentally. The Ukrainians seem to have been remarkably successful, much more so than was expected in these 40 days. And you can argue that Ukrainians don't necessarily have a tradition of doctrine per se. A lot of it would be historical and go back to Soviet canon of doctrine from pre-independence. But what's really interesting and something I've always held to heart is that Professor Richard Holmes said that doctrine is not what is published or taught, it's what is believed. And taken from this perspective, it seems the Ukrainians are executing a particular doctrine, which is very interesting. And there's some key parts of this that you can pull out. So I'll just try and pull out a few of those sort of key doctrinal themes. So it seems to rely very much on decentralized command and control, units fighting in relatively autonomous but linked area defensive zones around the built-up areas, which are providing the hubs. Has a strong focus on mission command and independent action. A real focus on tactical small unit leadership, which is something the Russians seem to have really struggled with, is small unit leadership and a strong NCO core that provides control at tactical and operational levels, and simple command and control models. Big focus on intelligence-led targeted operations, layered in depth, and simple fusion tools to fuse intelligence at the lowest level, and then a maximum use of innovation to apply fires and actions against Russian forces as they advance. Particularly I've mentioned information operations. They've tried to disaggregate and conduct mass information operations, some key themes, and those key themes seem to have been really successful in dominating that space. And then evoking all alignments of territorial defense. You see the military, the police, people's militias, all of it coming together. And you have to remember how far that's come. The Maidan protests in 2014, where there was significant brutality by territorial defense organizations against the public, was significant, and yet that seems to have advanced so much in these few years that they can work top to bottom to protect the country. So particularly a note seems to be a sort of operational light touch that the Ukrainians are applying here. They really are taking tactical action and applying it to strategic success with a very, very light operational touch in the middle of it. Now that seems to be working very well. Whether they can turn it into strategic success is a different question. But for us, as we look at their doctrine, trying to understand how successful it's been and then reinforcing for them how they get to the next stage is really important. So I'm going to move into my final point now, which is Ukrainian adaptation and entering a phase of adaptation that comes through. So this has already been mentioned by a couple, so actually I'll go through it relatively quickly. We now seem to be entering a phase of adaptation within the Russian conflict. And I think that these next few weeks may well be seminal to the overall outcome. As we lay conditions for a third phase that the Russians hope to be decisive, but the Ukrainians are going to need to contest and withstand. So the Russians are certainly appear to be operating on the back foot. On the 1st of April, Major General Igor Kononozov briefed that the initial phases of the campaign had been successful, and they're now regrouping to the Donbass. But we've already seen that their initial phases failed. They've tried to argue that the sort of operations in the north were a feint, but no sane military wastes thousands of soldiers and hundreds of armored vehicles on a feint, only then to pull back and realign. So the Russian phase 4 plan is likely to be in tatters. If they seek to occupy a hostile Ukraine now, it'll take, as General Shinzeki put it about Iraq, hundreds of thousands of soldiers to do so, and they simply don't have those numbers available. So what seems likely now is that the Russians are going to rewrite their theory of victory and try and set the conditions to achieve it, moving into the south and the east of the country and trying to re-establish that grey zone that I mentioned earlier. They spent years establishing the Donbass as a disputed region, and they've dug into Crimea like ticks. So whether their overall aims have changed, it seems likely that the east and south will be the new foundations for a new theory of victory for the Russians. But it might be easy for them to rewrite the theory of victory, but then putting it into place is going to be very difficult. And what we don't seem to be seeing from the Russians is a significant adaptation of tactics, adaptation of operational doctrine, of processes and practices that are going to make a difference. And as Rob Johnson said, it seems that they might be institutionally incapable of doing so. So the big thing now as we enter this stage of adaptation, which is a well-proven outcome in a huge number of conflicts, this immediate stage of adaptation afterwards, is that the Ukrainians are going to have to adapt faster than the Russians have. They're buoyed by their first success, but the defense is unlikely to be strategically decisive for the Ukrainians. What they're going to need to do instead is then start to transition to the offense. And even though strategically they might still be in a defensive position, it's moving to that offensive line. And you're starting to see that from the public statements of President Zelensky asking for 1% of the tanks, 1% of the IFVs and fighting vehicles to then step forward to this defense. So what does that mean for us? What is the operational lesson? Well, firstly, we need to help the Ukrainians. So they are going to need now to adapt faster than the Russians, and we need to up our engagement, up our provision of support to them, even more so than before. Now is not the time to slack off. Now is to help them to adapt, to continue to innovate, and go through a very grinding transitional phase that they'll have to overcome to get to the far side of this adaptation period and stay on the front foot against the Russians. But also, we need to think about our own capacity to adapt as militaries. If this phase of adaptation is a fairly standard outcome in almost every major conflict, how well set up are we to then do those adaptations ourselves? How set up are our schoolhouses? How quickly can we adapt to the theatre? And how strong is our industrial support base to allow us to make those adaptations? Okay, just moving now into a final conclusion. I'm very conscious I am slightly running over time. So look, I want to end by just coming back to where I started, which is the importance of that first point. The idea of blowing away the grey zone and the moral authority that it's provided to the Ukrainians. So that singular success of the West at the start was that exposure of the Russians as aggressors and of the invasion as unjust. It's been central to Ukrainian success in so many ways, ensuring that sort of feed of military and financial aid from a wide swathe of partners. And what it's really done is it's allowed President Zelensky, just above me here, to step into the parliaments of so many countries and speak directly to both the countries and the people, providing them access and that unifying purpose that's kept us all together. So in many ways, what we're seeing at the operational level is Ukraine is a strange mix of new wars and old wars. As warfare is accelerating, those technological advancements are making a really big difference, but all the old war bits remain true. Ultimately remains about fighting power. We're seeing a sort of blend of physical, intellectual, and moral components. And it was Napoleon who said the moral is the physical as 3 is to 1. And the Ukrainians are proving that in spades. It's their moral authority, the moral control they have. They could have capitulated, but they didn't. Their moral authority is the heart of that moral component. That's the bit we've really got to try and protect. It cascades all the way down through the operational level. If we can keep it going, it keeps the international sanctions running, it keeps the flow of support coming. But it's going to be very difficult for the Ukrainians to hold that standpoint of moral authority in the face of the Russian brutality that we're seeing at the minute. The big final lesson for us, though, as Western nations, is that idea of moral authority really matters. We place ethics and the profession of arms right at the center of our military philosophy, and sometimes we're derided for it, for being woke, for not thinking too much about ethics and the professions of arms. But what we're seeing is that Putin's executing an unethical foreign policy, and it's fundamentally failing. And for us, that's great. Colin Gray, sadly died last year, said that in the modern world, ethics are a strategic necessity and not a luxury. And ultimately, I think what we're seeing is that he's 100% right. And in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it is that moral authority, that ethical approach that could be battled. Dean, thank you for your patience. Just to go a couple minutes over, but thank you for allowing me to comment.
Well, good, Tom. Good time, and thank you so much for keeping the Clausewitz references to only 3. That's much appreciated. But and I do really, I think, obviously, you're speaking my language when you're talking about that ethics piece. We'll come back to that later on. Clinton, over to you. Thank you.
Just sharing my screen. Give me a second, please. Okay, you can see the screen, yeah? Good. What I want to talk about is the knock-on effects, the things that are coming in the next year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and the lessons we can that the current conflict has for that period. I am Clinton Fernandez. I teach contemporary strategy along with David Kilcullen, but I also teach economic history with another professor, David Lee. And so I'm going to look at some of the economic effects as well as the geopolitical effects. And it's structured around three themes: the effect on food supplies, the effect on supply chains, and the geopolitical implications. So firstly, I should just point out that prices for some of the world's most important products, such as foods, fuels, plastics, and metals, are spiking beyond what many buyers can afford, and that's forcing consumers to cut back. Now, in the developed world, we don't notice this because it's a choice between buying the latest iPhone or sticking or holding on to your current model, or not, going for an evening out or staying in, and whether you get an electric vehicle or not. But it's very different in the global South because global food prices set a record last month, and it's disrupted shipments from countries that together supply about a quarter of the world's grain and much of its cooking oil. More expensive food can be frustrating to the middle class there, and of course here, but it can be devastating to communities that are trying to claw their way out of poverty, and it has political effects on political stability in the domestic level of those countries over there. So this is what I mean by in this first slide. Have a look at that slide there. And what you'll see is the link between price spikes of some basic commodities and political turbulence. For the 2007-2008 food crisis, the trigger was Vietnam imposing an export ban on rice. And then importers panicked, and in a matter of days, rice prices doubled. Food riots soon followed from Dhaka to Bangladesh. And then if you look at them in the second part of the graph, you'll see that there is a high-level task force that was established by the United Nations Secretary General, and that brought the prices of food down. But then there was a drought, in fact, in Ukraine. And the 2010 drought resulted in hunger, which helped ferment the Arab Spring after droughts crippled. Wheat fields in Russia and the United States were all affected by that, and it caused grain prices to spike worldwide. Food riots broke out in dozens of cities, and that food crisis a decade ago forced the Group of 8 nations to begin focusing on food security. The Obama administration set up a program called Feed the Future, which deployed USAID and other agencies in targeted countries to help improve access to food. And these are important efforts, but not enough. And today, wheat prices are at the levels that they were in the 2008 food crisis, and they're climbing. But yet food security is not a key topic at the major global conferences. It was barely discussed in the World Economic Forum in Davos, nor was it a priority at the COP26 climate conference. And the most recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report said that hotter, drier, and more volatile growing conditions are hobbling food systems globally, and as much as 30% of the world's currently productive farm and pasture land will no longer support food production by the end of the century if trends continue. And so one of the things that has to be done is to include long-term agricultural strategy into your national security plan, into your plan for national resilience. And that means starting now to invest in more sustainable farming practices, climate resilient crops, new growing technologies. So this is what we are seeing now. And I'll talk about what it will mean in the future. So this is the so-called Black Sea breadbasket. The more than 70% of Ukraine is prime agricultural land. I mean, the reason the Ukraine flag looks the way it does is it's an azure, blue sky over a golden field of wheat. Agriculture is central to the Ukrainian nation. And so more than 70% of its prime agricultural land produces a major share of the world's wheat. It's corn, it's barley, rye, sunflower oil, and potatoes. Its crop exports are to the European Union, China, India, throughout North Africa and the Middle East. And these exports are plummeting, not because there isn't enough grain now, but because Russian forces are paralyzing Ukrainian ports. And the ports could just stop altogether. And meanwhile, of course, the heavy Western sanctions are also disrupting the flow of crop exports from Russia, which is the top wheat producer in the world. The UN's World Food Program said that soon they'll have no choice but to take food from the hungry to feed the starving. And you can imagine the political implications of all that. Here are the buyers who are at risk. And I will, in fact, deal with the implications of this towards the end of my presentation, because it is their reliance on Ukraine's wheat exports, and of course from Russia too, that in a way explains some of their stances. While they'll vote to criticize Russia for the invasion, they're not going to be putting sanctions anytime soon. Egypt is the largest wheat importer in the world and received 86% of its supplies of wheat from Russia and Ukraine in 2020. Then there are, if you look at Turkey, it's not just wheat, but surging sunflower oil prices. You need it for cooking. You just can't cook a meal unless you've got affordable cooking oil. Even Indonesia, which you can see second on that slide, is the world's biggest exporter of edible oils, is feeling the strain. And so in Indonesia, the supermarkets have restricted cooking oil purchases to 1 pack per shopper. And Indonesian families are now bringing in their young kids to stand up in line so they can take advantage of the one pack per shopper policy. In Morocco, quite an important country in North Africa, 31% of its wheat comes from Russia and Ukraine, and 56% of its population can't afford a stable food supply. Around the world, of course, about half the wheat that the United Nations buys for food assistance to poorer countries comes from Ukraine. And you can see that it's not just wheat, but it's the other agri-foods. So agri-food dependence on wheat, corn, barley. Colza is the term that's given to rapeseed, sunflower oil and seeds. Turkey is extremely vulnerable. I mean, it's a NATO country, but it is very reliant. It's very reliant, and it's integrated heavily, its food systems anyway, into Russia and Ukraine. And you can see from this chart of agri-food dependence, I've spoken about Egypt. Let's take India, which is the biggest importer of edible oils and are indispensable for frying, baking, and other forms of cooking. The consumers are extremely sensitive to prices, so even if it's available and the price goes up, there's domestic instability. There is also the issue of whether the planting season, when you can release more oil from the strategic petroleum reserve, you just can't pump wheat out of the ground faster. These take, there's a natural rhythm to these things, and it's unclear whether the spring plantings are actually going to happen in Ukraine as the war engulfs that country's farmlands. Now, Russia's wheat shipments have bounced back, and some of the grain exported to countries by Ukraine is now being exported by Russia, and this is why they aren't going to go along with sanctions. Here is what it costs to actually produce your own corn, even if you are self-sufficient in corn, like the United States. You can see from the bottom of that chart that about 22% of the input is actually fuel and fertilizer. Well, natural gas is the critical input to manufacturing fertilizer. And so the cost of all that are going to go up. This is the energy crunch. The price of fertilizers had already been rising worldwide before the invasion, but now the soaring prices for natural gas has forced some facilities to curtail production. And natural gas is also important simply to heat the barns in farms and run equipment. And we see here another problem with the fertilizer, another example, is the way the costs keeps going up rapidly. It had come down, but it's now shot up. And that's because Russia, which is a big supplier of every major type of crop nutrient, has urged its domestic fertilizer producers to cut exports. And the Russian president has said that his country will prioritize supplying fertilizers to other countries which have what he calls friendly relations with Russia. And so although it first needs to guarantee supplies to its own market, it's going to prioritize fertilizer supplies to friendly relations. And so this is another reason why there aren't going to be any kind of sanctions outside countries like the European Union, the North Atlantic powers, Australia, New Zealand, and of course countries that really rely on US power for their own security, like Taiwan and Singapore. One caveat I'll make to my own presentation is that there is a wild card, and that is about rice. The availability of rice may in fact be what staves off both a food crisis and a political crisis. Although I still think that the political ricochets are going to be, present over the next few years. Rice matters because it's a staple diet for half the world's population. 1 billion people living in Asia and West Africa who are undernourished, rely on rice. Each year, you can see from that slide, the world consumed more rice than it produced. But by 2006, 2007, the stockpiles had fallen to the lowest in 20 years. And that's when that price spikes right up. And it's the thing with rice is it's a very thinly traded commodity. So small changes in exports and imports have an outsized impact on prices. Only less than 10% of the rice in the world is actually traded. By contrast, about 25% of the wheat in the world is traded. So a slight change in the price of rice can have a large, large effect on exports and imports. Food inflation, you can see that this is what I mean when rice is in fact the saving grace in what is a dismal picture. The price of everything else, European wheat, palm oil, corn, and soybeans has gone up. And thankfully at this time, there is enough rice for prices to remain subdued. The wheat prices in Europe have surged about 65 to 62%, the slide says, corn and so on. But rice is the actual crop that's holding the line in terms of domestic upheavals. But you don't find large numbers of peasants and farmers marching on the streets of the cities demanding food justice, food security, food sovereignty, but that could happen. The world is in a better place today because Asian governments have learned the lessons of the previous price hike and spent the last decade and a half supporting domestic rice cultivation. Now, I'm just going to move on to the gas dependency now of Europe. You can see that the top 5 countries, Estonia, Finland, Moldova, North Macedonia, and Bulgaria, are almost completely dependent on Russia for their gas. And countries can't be indifferent to this sort of problem. Yes, the attempt to replace it with renewables and other power sources is laudable, but as I will show in a second, even that runs into certain other problems in the supply chain. One aspect of this is the global oil situation, that Russia brings about 11 million barrels a day of production to the OPEC group. Saudi Arabia wants to keep its relationship with Russia because it built a partnership at great cost with Russia in December 2016. And now with Russia on board, the enlarged OPEC Plus group controls about 50% of the world's oil output. And while there's a crisis now, if you're in oil diplomacy, then you think long-term. Everybody knows that oil is cyclical, and the next economic recession, which may come as early as this year, can push the oil market into oversupply. And nobody thinks that Iran or oil from Iran or oil from Venezuela is going to stay out of the market forever. And so when there are calls for production cuts as Iranian and Venezuelan oil come on the market, Saudi Arabia wants Russia alongside it. And having spent years courting Moscow, Saudi Arabia isn't about to abandon it, especially as its relations with the United States are drifting apart more and more. Now, steel is another big commodity that's very important. The surge in oil prices have dominated the headlines, but you can see from that slide the way in which steel, in fact, is surging too. Steel is a foundation of the modern economy. It underpins, everything you look at when you walk out of your house, and even when you're inside your house. It's a key material in everything from skyscrapers, cars, washing machines, railways. 60% of the average weight of an average car comes from steel. And there's different kinds of steel, of course. There's the steel like rebar. You can look at rebar, which is the long corrugated rods used to reinforce concrete. They may be in short supply soon. Have a look at the price surge. It's just, the reason for this is the sheer size of the Russian and Ukrainian steel industries. I mean, one reason for this, of course, is Mariupol. Mariupol, the steelworks at Mariupol were established by Joseph Stalin in the 1930s, and obviously there's not that much steel production going on in Mariupol at the moment. And although steel is associated with huge blast furnaces like the ones that were destroyed in Mariupol, in fact, in Europe, about 40% of the steel actually comes from smaller mills, what's called electric arc furnaces. These are smaller mills that use huge amounts of electricity, and therefore their Achilles heel is consumption of power. And right now, Europe is short of energy. As the war sends gas prices higher, the power prices are higher, and more and more European mini mills will close. And so the prospect of shortages for rebar steel and hot rolled coil are also going to be quite real. Now, this has an effect on any attempt to build in renewable power, because if you want to build in wind turbines, then the business case has now changed, because steel, copper, and aluminium have all touched records in the past 12 months. And the commodity spot index for these items has jumped almost 50% during the same period. If you want to triple your wind and solar capacity this decade, and that's the European Union's actual stated goal. So if you want to triple your wind and solar capacity this decade, you need 52 million tons of steel alone. And now the sticker price for all of that is now at a minimum conservative 20% higher than before the war started. The biggest exporters of steel slabs used in building wind turbines and gas pipelines are Russia and Ukraine. Okay, so when we're talking about even what Russia's objectives are, in a way, it's actually in order to control economically, rather than control a territory or occupy it with hundreds of thousands of soldiers or whatever else like that. The aluminium needed for solar panels, turbines, and the grids that these things are connected to are going to be faced with a critical shortage. The largest producer of all this is China, and after that, Russia. And this also has an effect for electric cars, electric vehicles. Lithium prices are on the rise, and even if you want to build cleaner cars that are not electric vehicles, but the normal cars, then the key material that's used to help make these cars cleaner is palladium. Palladium, a car that runs on petrol uses about 2 grams to 15 grams of palladium, and those that run on diesel, your heavy-duty commercial vehicles, use even more palladium. Well, where does palladium come from? 40% of palladium is concentrated in Russia. And so all of these matters are very much in the consciousness of ministers and finance ministers and treasurers around the world as they think about what this means this decade. And another effect of the war, because of the problem with shipping and a whole bunch of other countries which can pay more to get goods, means that there is a simulated effect of higher container freights on the rate of inflation, on CPI, the Consumer Price Index. And you'll see here, this is something extremely important to Australia, that small island developing states are going to be the highest, the most affected, because the Southwest Pacific has a lot of small island developing countries. I don't just mean the Solomon Islands and its putative deal with China, but even right on our doorstep, Timor-Leste is in that group, because as far as I'm concerned, it really has the economic profile of a Southwest Pacific country rather than a Southeast Asian country. And so as the prices of all these things keep going, the decision that has to be made is well, what do I actually prioritize? Do I prioritize the US-led order, the so-called rules-based international order, which is a kind of imperial order centered around the United States and the North Atlantic powers? Or do I support something else? I mean, which country or which system can give me a better deal? And I should say that what I've said isn't just for the next few months, because I don't know how long this war is going to go on. I know, for example, that the last time Australia was involved in a high-intensity conflict was the Korean War. Well, the Korean War, the front lines had stabilized by the middle of 1951, so after about a year, but the fighting went on for another 2 years. And so it's not at all clear to me how long the fighting in Ukraine can go on. If more and more support is given to the Ukrainian resistance, to foreign fighters to fly in, then of course the fighting can go on the Russia's western frontier for, well, at least another 2 years or longer. One blowback effect of this, it's not on my slides, it's just something I want to say, is that the large influx of foreign fighters who may be idealistic or feel they have relevance now could well morph into the urban terror networks and criminal gangs that can plague Europe for the rest of this decade after they finish their war. Because after you spend all that time in the war, in the underground, in the resistance, accessing weapons, building networks outside the state, and learning about clandestine communications, where else are you going to go to? It's quite likely that some of these people will be recruited into the urban terror or criminal networks in the future. Now, what it all means, I would say that yes, the vote against Russia, criticizing it for its invasion, has been very strong. But in fact, there was a second vote, and that's about the participation of the global community in the sanctions regime. And in this sense, there's a very stark difference. So whilst almost everybody in the world, other than I think 6 countries, voted to condemn Russia for the invasion, the United States, the UK, Canada, South Korea, Switzerland, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Taiwan, Singapore, and the EU are the only countries that have actually chosen to take part in a campaign of economic warfare against the Russian government. Many of the world's largest countries, including China, India, Brazil, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Indonesia, even NATO ally Turkey, have refused to join in. And you can see from the food insecurity and the food reliance why that is the case. But then there is another issue, which is that, well, if in fact Russia does manage to successfully defy the might of NATO, then a lot of countries are going to derive lessons from that. And it doesn't mean that they're going to be in an oppositional bloc, but really the options available to countries have now changed. In the past, this is after 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed, the options available to many countries, many third world countries, global south countries, were either you integrate your economies into the United States-led system, or you can be a resistor, and then we can sanction you and put in place coups d'etat against you, color revolutions, whatever. But now I think a third option has emerged, and that's neutrality. Neutrality isn't indifference, but rather it's calling for respect of international law. But it is in fact a modern version, in my view, of something that already existed in the past in a dynamic form, and that was non-alignment. When the United States clashed with China and the Soviet Union above Korea, this is in the Korean War, non-aligned countries refused to take a side. So Nehru of India and Tito of Yugoslavia refused to participate. And so the non-aligned movement was born 5 years after the North Korean invasion of South Korea. And it had more than 100 countries around the world, and their principles were non-interference, peaceful coexistence, and they were undermined as a result of the debt crisis of the 1980s. Nevertheless, today, there will in fact be a move, in my view, towards non-alignment, in which there's a more universal application of international law. And non-aligned countries that try to do non-alignment initially will in fact face economic backlashes. For example, when Bangladesh refused to condemn Russia at the United Nations, Lithuania canceled a shipment of COVID vaccines to Bangladesh. And the United States has already passed the CATSA Act, the Countering American Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. But as the great powers, get involved in more and more strategic competition, I don't think we should assume automatically that there'll be an alignment with one side or the other, but rather non-alignment is now back in play this decade. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Clinton. Much appreciated. Lots to think about there, and I hope the questions are coming in. But before we get to discussion, let me hand over now to Dave. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dean. And it's always an honor to follow Clinton, and particularly in this case, to follow both Clinton and Tom. I'm going to share my screen. What I want to talk about, for 15 minutes or so is some of the assumptions that we had going in that we really need to be questioning now as we think about what's likely to happen next. So bottom line up front from me is we need to update our prior assumptions. I'm seeing a lot of commentators, some of whom had no idea about Ukraine until approximately 5 minutes ago, saying, well, the key lessons from Ukraine are we should do exactly what I was always saying we should do before this happened. And I think we owe it to ourselves to be better than that. We need to update those assumptions, but we also need to continually ask ourselves what we might be missing here and be skeptical about our ability to actually interpret what's going on in this sort of natural live experiment, this gigantic injection of reality into debates about military innovation, the gray zone, future war, and so on. Obviously enough, what we expected until mid-February is not what we got. I was actually in the middle of delivering training to a US unit on gray zone resistance warfare when the Russians invaded Ukraine. And I had to be like, right, guys, let's stop talking about little green men for a minute and start talking about infantry shoulder launched anti-tank weapons. But of course, what we expected was, as Tom outlined earlier, some variant of gray zone, hybrid, liminal, incremental warfare coming from Russia, something that the leading analyst Dima Adamski calls cross-domain coercion. And I've expressed that in the form of what I sort of a graphic equalizer, where you've got a variety of different dials that you can dial up and down, from diplomatic to cyber to oil and gas, or trade and supply chain manipulation, to conventional military deployments, manipulation of forced migration, a whole variety of different tools. And what we had seen from the Russians for really the last decade or more was really a rather clever application of this notion of cross-domain coercion to do enough to achieve their goals incrementally, but not enough to trigger a massive Western intervention. And I had described this in terms of a liminal warfare campaign where an adversary like the Russians would seek to shape from below the detection threshold, which was mentioned by Tom earlier. Then as they cross that threshold at the beginning of a campaign, they start thinking about a reaction clock until we respond. They try to engage in a coup de main style operation at the very beginning to rapidly seize key objectives, and then they want to negotiate from a position of strength and de-escalate the international crisis, allowing them to sort of be back down below the detection threshold or no longer present in the theater before we can respond. Now, arguably, this is the campaign that they had planned, and it is the campaign they tried to achieve. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But arguably, by approximately breakfast time on day one of the war, that plan had failed. It took them a number of days to figure that out, as Tom has already mentioned, and people in the first part of the seminar also talked about. But that doesn't mean that the idea itself is dead, and we may actually be starting to see the Russians move back toward a liminal warfare approach. But nevertheless, all of us who are thinking about this ahead of the conflict tended to assume this is going to be little green men, and in part because we didn't see it as rational or in their own interests for the Russians to engage in something more traditional and kinetic. And we should acknowledge up front that we got that wrong. We were not correct about that. And we really need to understand why virtually all analysts in the West, although few analysts in the Baltic states and Poland, by the way, misinterpreted what was likely to take place. So what actually happened, of course, was, as Thomas talked about, an extraordinarily kinetic, multi-pronged ground, air, and airborne invasion, which, as I said, failed in its initial concept on day one. It took the Russians about 3 days to figure that out and figure out what to do next. For the next 2 weeks, they spent time trying to encircle and capture major cities. That too has failed. And they are now regrouping to the east of the country. And many people anticipate, as Rob Johnson said in the first session, that they're going to try to encircle and defeat Ukrainian forces in the east of the country. I'm going to differ slightly with Tom and a couple of others, and I think Rob mentioned this as well. Andy Milburn, who many of us know, who is on the ground in Ukraine, and a number of my contacts in the Baltic states who have friends on both sides of the conflict, are actually reporting that there is significant adaptation happening at the tactical level among the Russians. Better use of bridging equipment and artillery, better use of electronic attack, more cautious combined arms deployment. I agree with the macro point that Tom made, which is this isn't a particularly adaptive enemy. So we're not necessarily going to see that adaptation happen to the scale or in the time frame that would make a difference. But I think it is worth, again, as a sort of confounding variable, to look at what's actually happening on the ground. And I'll also reflect something that's already been said by a couple of speakers, which is that the version of events that we are seeing in the Western mainstream media and on social media is heavily curated, right? I'm not going to say it's inaccurate, but it is representing one side of the conflict. You really have to dig to find the other side, and it is not all one-sided. And I think it's worth just, again, understanding that we may be getting a skewed perspective as we're looking at that. You know, what we basically saw here was an orgy of miscalculation, right? Western countries misinterpreted, as I've said, Putin's commitment to incremental, gray zone or liminal warfare. Putin seems to have miscalculated the willingness of Western countries to retaliate in a unified fashion across a range of economic and political measures. Governments across the world, but particularly in the West, underestimated the willingness, is what I've said here, but the eagerness of businesses, industry, financial groups, hacktivist organizations like Anonymous to get involved in, if you like, the cancellation of Russia. We should ask ourselves whether that means that it's likely to be a moral panic or a fad that proves to be evanescent and goes away again. But certainly in the short term, there's been enormous global support for government action from non-government organizations. I think it's probably fair to say the Ukrainians miscalculated the likelihood of a Russian conventional attack. Right up until the day before the actual attack, they were downplaying any likelihood of that attack going ahead and were claiming that it's only making it worse to be talking about that. I'll just put one caveat on that, which is that even though perhaps they may have miscalculated, the Ukrainians still left a very capable special forces organization and a number of, combat brigades close to Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, which were actually fairly decisive on the first 3 to 4 days of the war. So you could argue that perhaps they didn't actually miscalculate. Perhaps they were communicating carefully in the lead up to the conflict. Russian planners, as we've already talked about, dramatically miscalculated the degree of Ukrainian resistance. They aimed for a quick victory via a coup de main operation, which evaporated by mid-morning on D-Day. But we should note that if they had succeeded in securing Hostomel airfield, they already had the 7th Guards Air Assault Division in the air en route from its base in Pskov to land right behind that heliborne assault on Hostomel. And if they'd succeeded in doing that, they probably would have had tanks on the streets of downtown Kyiv by 10 a.m. on the first morning of the war. That would have been a classic Czechoslovakia 68, Hungary 56, Afghanistan 79 style of operations. And it would have potentially resulted in the rapid overthrow of the Zelensky government. And so they clearly were trying to carry out a variant of that liminal warfare strategy, but at a very high degree of kinetic effect. But of course, one Ukrainian Special Forces organization and a territorial unit succeeded in defeating them and thereby dislocating the entire campaign. And they didn't really have branches and sequels to that plan A. The Russians, I think, also miscalculated the likelihood the form and the degree of Chinese diplomatic and material support. We can recall the sort of very public love-in between the Chinese leadership and the Russians right before the Winter Olympics in Beijing a few weeks ago. Clearly, the Russians had an expectation that China would support them in the UN in the event China abstained. They probably also anticipated that if their campaign had functioned as anticipated, it would have been over quickly and they would potentially have had Chinese support for a reduction in sanctions or a relaxation in global condemnation. That didn't emerge. As I think most people are aware, there was a very active debate going on in China within the CCP, among leaders in the PLA, with prominent think tankers, and almost the only person not yet to weigh in on that is Xi Jinping himself. I think that's partly because of my last point here, which is the Chinese miscalculated Russia's ability to secure a quick victory. I mean, they weren't on their own in that respect. We did too. But I think they also may have misinterpreted Western weakness after Afghanistan. And of course, we had a complete debacle last year, demonstrating a loss of moral will as much as political and military capability. Nobody got fired or held accountable as a result of that. And the Chinese and the Russians seem to have concluded from that they were very likely to get away with what they were planning to do in Ukraine. And that obviously proved not to be the case. So the outcome, of course, has been very significant Russian losses, less visible, but also significant Ukrainian losses, massive damage to Ukraine cities. Clinton just gave us a masterclass in the second and likely third order effects of the massive disruption to global supply chains and critical commodities. We will not be seeing the end of that anytime soon. And I think that's why it's really important for us all to try to understand why we misunderstood what was likely to happen. President George W. Bush called it the best when he said that the risk of misunderestimating the adversary, and we've certainly done both misinterpretation and underestimation in the last few weeks. The number of lessons here, I won't go through them in detail because they've already been covered in some ways by others, but as Tom said, Putin threw out the Crimea playbook, which was actually working for them, and actually President Biden in January had said, well, if they do a minor incursion, they'll probably get away with it. But they decided not to do that. Economic sanctions on our part failed to deter a Russian invasion. And yet we are still talking about them as if more economic sanctions are likely to compel the Russians to withdraw. And we should understand that compellence, getting somebody to stop doing something that they're already doing, requires a dramatically higher level of pressure than mere deterrence. And we've already seen that economic deterrence was insufficient. So it's hard to see how doing more of the same is likely to change Russia's calculus. Telegraphing our red lines, and President Biden in particular telegraphing NATO's unwillingness to fight Russia, was, I think, a bad idea in retrospect, as was pulling the tripwire of allied trainers, Canadian, British, US forces out of Ukraine prior to the invasion. Perhaps the most egregious example of that was the withdrawal of the US embassy from Kyiv to Lviv in the western part of the country. And much of that may have contributed to that, that overconfidence by Russian commanders. The Russians clearly had a flawed pre-war intelligence assessment. RUSI has published a version of that, leaked by Ukraine, so we need to take that with a bit of a grain of salt, but it would seem to be an accurate assessment to say that the Fifth Service of the FSB, Putin's old organization, the part of the FSB that's responsible for overseas intelligence in former Soviet space, and the Ninth Directorate of that service, which is the part of the organization that does Ukraine, clearly did not understand the likely impact of a major invasion on Ukrainian morale and activity. We've already talked about how badly the Russians suck at SEAD, air-ground integration and logistics, and how road-bound armored columns die without combined arms support. I think I would tend to say this because it's my area of specialization, but I do think that resistance warfare is in the forecast in terms of what we're likely to see in the next what I think is going to be a drawn out conflict in Ukraine. I'm going to talk about possible endgames from most to least likely, and then I'm going to throw back to Dean. So most likely to least likely, Russian kinetic victory in the east and the south, but then followed by resistance warfare across the areas that they will then occupy. And that resistance warfare likely to get extremely ugly very quickly. On the Russian front, using Chechens, possibly Syrians, proxy forces against Ukrainian resistors. On the resistance front, targeting the families and the supporting community rather than the military forces. And this is a dynamic not unique to Ukraine. Second, in order of likelihood, is a frozen conflict, but with Western pressure on Ukraine to make concessions, with massive disruptions to key global commodities. And Clinton's already talked about these in detail, but I would say food, steel, and natural gas would be my top three. And then potential for renewed Russian aggression at any time. So a frozen conflict where Russia retains the ability to restart the conflict or move on the Baltic states or threaten the eastern flank of NATO isn't really a frozen conflict. A third possibility is mediation, perhaps led by China, definitely with Turkey and possibly Israel, potentially playing key roles. Again, less likely than a frozen conflict, but still possible. Fourth possibility, regime change in Ukraine, then negotiation with a successor government. That was Russia's initial goal. After failing in the first few weeks, I think it's fairly unlikely now that that would occur. Regime change in Russia, even less likely, given the degree of coercive power that the group around Putin still retains, but also given the fact that he's still tracking at about 78% approval for the war in Russia. So I don't think there's a high likelihood of anyone moving against him. I certainly would not rule out the possibility of nuclear engagement. I think it could be in Ukraine, it could be near Ukraine, or it could be over Ukraine in terms of an EMP style attack, and obviously involving a Russian battlefield nuclear weapon. These are very big, as Patricia mentioned, by conventional standards, but some of the Russian arsenal includes battlefield nuclear weapons with a yield of about 0.3 of a kiloton, which is very small by nuclear standards and could potentially be a game changer depending on where the war is at the moment of use. I would point out that one of the things that's probably most likely stopping the Russians from doing that right now is simply that the prevailing wind direction is from the southwest to the northeast, so that any use of a nuke over or in Ukraine would probably blow back literally on Russia. Escalation to a non-nuclear conflict with NATO is definitely a possibility. We are already a co-belligerent as far as the Russians are concerned, and we're now talking about things like a formal lend-lease program to Ukraine, increased support from fallen volunteers, and a whole variety of other things, which would mean that if the Russians chose to regard NATO as a co-belligerent, they probably could do that now. And so I wouldn't definitely rule it out, although I think it's low on the end of likelihood. And then finally, at the bottom, least likely, highly unlikely, but I think worth considering as a nuclear exchange. That is not just nuclear use, but actually a two-sided nuclear exchange. Again, highly unlikely, but as I think it was Patricia mentioned, the consequences of that would be so significant that we ought to consider it as a possibility. Finally, what are we missing? And we've missed a lot of stuff so far. We need to keep asking ourselves that question. What are we missing? And I won't say who this was since we're under Chatham House, but Rob Johnson and I were involved in training for a British organization in the first week of the war. And senior British general asked this question here: did the Russians watch us adapt to their form of hybrid warfare? And then they thought, well, let's just go back to conventional warfare. In other words, have we wrong-footed ourselves by preparing for the gray zone for the war that is actually happening? So on that note, I'm going to stop sharing and throw it back to you, Dean.
Thanks very much. And if you could all put your cameras on, and we'll go into the chat. Here's a question from the feed. It's directed to you, Tom, but I think it's one everyone could respond to. With the failure of Russian IW, is that due to its officers not being aware of the invasion, or have we overestimated their ability?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I know Dave will have some views on this. I think our understanding of why the Russians didn't exploit the outer reaches of their cyber influence and EW capabilities is kind of yet to be determined. I think you can make some ideas around it. You know, Dave just spoke about the potential for a horizontal escalation with NATO, and there's a possibility that the Russians are maintaining, it would be logical for them to do so, a significant capability to counter a NATO reaction. You know, people have spoken about, did NATO deterrence fail? Well, it did, but is it continuing to deter in a certain sense? And deterrence is a series of layers. You know, it's not a fixed, yes, we deterred, no, we didn't deter it, it came through. I'd also note that there's some good open source analysis that we don't see Russian information operations operating in a Western bubble. It's not trying to, it's operating on fringes. It's looking for BRICS, it's looking for African nations. It's trying to potentially, as Clinton said, let's start some non-alignment efforts that sit within here. So it may be being much more successful than we are perceiving. But as I said, it certainly wasn't the dog that barked that we expected. And I might just throw to Dave and see if he's got views on that.
Yeah, well, so let me agree with that point you just made, Tom. If you look at perception of the war in the global south, it is dramatically different from what you're seeing in Western media. And I do think that Russian efforts are very heavily directed, not at us, right? And I think that's a really important caveat. I would call that the information end of cyber. There is a cyberkinetic end where you're actually using a cyber attack to achieve a direct lethal effect. We haven't really seen that. And then there's a middle bit where you might be trying to do denial of service or disrupt communication systems or web efforts. We have seen Russian cyber attacks in those, a couple of fairly severe ones, but with pretty limited effect. It turns out when you're in an existential war of national survival and cities are being bombed and people are operating in a decentralized fashion within a commander's intent framework, it doesn't actually matter too much if you knock out, websites. So that's an issue. Why have we not seen the cyberkinetics? 3 possibilities. One, the Russians tried it and it failed, right? That's a possibility. There certainly have been significant efforts. Well, at the unclass level, we can say Five Eyes are assisting the cyber defense for the Ukrainians. That's been publicly announced. There's also an argument that US Cyber Command cyber mission groups, which have been deployed in Europe since prior to the crisis, may have actually deterred the Russians from potentially engaging in that. But the third possibility, and again, we should think carefully about this, is that they haven't tried it yet. They're holding it in reserve for something that's going to come later.
Clinton, any comments on that?
Yeah, I don't think it's been deployed at all. That's a short answer. It's not the kind of thing you want to show how you do, because the next time around, the other side knows what to expect. So that, once you deploy, once you show how you can do what you're doing, until the next generation, 5G, 6G comes through, it's basically the same methods. So you don't want to show what you've got. That's just my view.
Yeah, and I see US news releases saying that they've successfully stopped the Russians from doing it. To me, I think we should be taking any of that with a massive grain of salt now, because we know that's an active information warfare maneuver space, that whole discussion. So I sort of tend to where Clinton is at, that, we should be working on the assumption that they haven't actually tried yet, and they're still keeping it in their back pocket.
Can I piggyback on that and direct this at Clinton first? It's a question from the feed, noting that in terms of the opposition to Russian actions, it's been pretty muted in Southeast Asia. Is that a concern for us in Australia?
Well, the biggest country in Southeast Asia is Indonesia, And if you look at the slides that I showed, it just shows how reliant Indonesia is on the breadbasket. But broader than that, I think the rest of Southeast Asia, firstly, they're a conservative alliance. I mean, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations was formed in 1966-67 in order so that they would not be the ones that got crushed in the counter-revolutionary operations in Malaya, Vietnam, and so on. And so these are conservative states which have one guiding principle: non-interference in somebody else's business. I mean, non-interference is a cardinal principle of ASEAN. So naturally, given the fact that there are material interests like the dependence on wheat and so on, the best thing these guys can do, especially with the rise of China, is decide, okay, well, we can hedge our bets. Where was the non-aligned movement born? In the Bandung conference in Indonesia. And so non-alignment, has deep roots in Indonesia's political culture.
Thank you. Switching back to the operational, and this is a question for Tom, just following up on your point about adaptation. I suppose the question is, you made the point that we need to help Ukraine to adapt now. Is that really feasible? So it's one thing distributing weapons and doing a very loosely coordinated resistance. It's another to have the level of capability to potentially take back ground from a significant force. Is that unlikely?
No, I think to be honest, I think it's wholly capable. I think, as others have said, the scale of support in practical terms with military aid will need to be done exceptionally carefully to avoid that prompting of any argument for horizontal escalation or anything else that comes with it. But adaptation is as much about ideas and concepts as it is about equipment, although equipment is obviously critical. With the bridges that are created through the internet, the connectivity we can do. You're about to have John Spencer speak, and he is mentoring Ukrainian people in urban defense from the Modern Warfare Institute of West Point. The capacity, particularly with an open Western border, for Western nations to support, to use all of the intellectual horsepower of agencies, schoolhouses, all the other bits and pieces to help the Ukrainians conduct rapid operational adaptation as the situation changes, I think is significant. The capacity to preempt Russia's change theory of victory is also significant, and shaping that in terms of influencing Russian decision making is something that we have capacity to do if we choose to do so.
David, you comment on that, or you?
No, I think that's covered. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that point for sure.
One of the obvious, features of the conflict so far is the use of drones, both military drones and civilian drones, and people would be certainly forgiven for thinking that we're seeing a major shift as a result of that. Are we? What do you think?
I might take that first. We're seeing three different kinds of these systems in the theater, and one of those three hasn't really begun to bite yet. So the first is the use of hobby drones. So we're seeing Ukrainian small team use of DJI and similar quadcopter drones to spot, to scout, to find Russian tank columns or infantry units, and then allow them to maneuver in the space. This is an example of something we've been talking about in the Future Operations Group for years, about the fact that we now see vertical maneuver capability within small team ground units. And that's something that the Ukrainians are very much exploiting. It actually reminds me of the experiment that we ran with Tom's unit last year, where we started to see that, and we're now seeing that happening in real time in Ukraine. A lot of lessons from that, and I think to be pursued within the bounds of something we already thought was going to happen. The second one, as you mentioned, is the Bayraktar, the Turkish TB2 drones, which the Ukrainians are using to some effect. We haven't seen a lot of footage of Russians using their Orlan-10, which is the equivalent, or some of the other drones that are out there. I doubt we're going to see that. And in fact, one of the things that the Ukrainians are actually using their drones for is to capture propaganda footage. So it's a key part of the the information war also. The third element that we're not seeing really in a prominent fashion yet, but I think we're about to, is loitering munitions. So the US provided a suite of Switchblade, I think it was Switchblade 600 drones. So that is a tube-launched swing wing munition, like a mortar bomb equivalent or artillery round equivalent, that flies around with its own EOIR sensor, can autonomously find a target and strike it, or can be controlled by an operator, has a varying endurance depending on which size you are using, but is it's different in kind to just an observation drone or something that can call in another target. And we saw significant use of Israeli-made Harop and Harpy loitering munitions in 2020 during the Nagorno-Karabakh war. And they arguably had a very significant impact, not necessarily a decisive impact on the conflict, but very important. We're yet to see those capabilities actually have a battlefield effect in Ukraine. And I think when they do, that'll be a third dimension to the drone war.
Can I follow that up then and ask you, Tom, what does this mean for armored warfare going forward?
Hey, so it's a really good question, and I'm glad it's been brought up.
What I had to ask?
Honestly, I'm a tank officer by background, have been for a while. So I'll just very quickly just enhance on what Dave said about drone use. So drones are one thing, but what we're really talking about here is the proliferation of cheap, available lethal and non-lethal technologies that can be grabbed by anyone and adapted to do so. You know, that's the change in the trends in warfare and the character of warfare that comes through with it. And for me, what the really interesting bit is my second bullet point above me, which is the fact that these drones are having a significant effect, as other light lethal technologies are, but particularly in the defense. So the way we look at this is that it's actually more about the positioning of the protagonist in the warfare and the phase of warfare in which they're taking place. You know, arguably, if the Russians had achieved air superiority in the first 48 hours, they might have much greater access to use all antennas to use their own capabilities to do so, but they didn't. And the Ukrainians, particularly through the proliferation of manpads in the region, still have access to use what appears to be a greater capability in this area, and it's in depth. You know, it's in layers that they can layer these systems out, which is ideally, you know, how we've used them. Linked to that then is that for armor, what that means is that the vulnerability of armor is increasing in the offensive, because Ukrainians, using their home advantage, are creating a prolific layer of sensors that you have to try and penetrate in order to advance through what are really little anti-access bubbles around urban areas that are linked together to create these lines. And they've had a fair period of time to prep these defenses. But the key point here is that armor's always been vulnerable. You know, since the first creation of the tank was created to overwhelm static trench warfare. And the first thing they did was create anti-tank guns on the far side of it. And each iteration of armor sought to overmatch the weapon system that attacked it, and vice versa as you creep up. And that hasn't necessarily changed. What it's really about now is about how do we now evolve armor again to continue that fight. The two final things I'll say before I pass on to a question I'm passionate about. There is no other alternative. So if you are in the offense and you want to seize ground, combined arms maneuver is still the best way of doing that. And anyone who sits there and says that armor is irrelevant has to propose an alternate solution. Otherwise, it's just a strawman argument that has no point that comes with it. The second part is that tactics remain central. It's old war stuff. So if you combine arms correctly and you provide layering of assets and you use everything from space all the way through to subsurface maneuver, armor is still exceptionally useful inside those lines. That's probably my points on armor.
Thank you.
Can I chime in on that briefly? Do you mind, Dean?
Yep, please.
I mean, you know, I'm extraordinarily happy as a light infantry officer to see my branch having a great day out with, you know, small teams, complex terrain, ambush, tank killer teams, all that sort of stuff. But I agree with Tom on this one. We need to be extraordinarily cautious about over-learning lessons, but about armor in general, from watching the way that the Russians are behaving. I would no more take tips on armor from Russia than I would take tips on, you know, nuclear reactor design from the guys who built Chernobyl, right? These guys have a track record of extraordinarily poor armor maneuvering combined arms. We can all probably remember the first day of the first Battle of Grozny in 1994, where they pushed 120 vehicles nose to tail down a single road into that city and lost 105 out of 120 vehicles in the first day, right? So these guys don't have a track record of doing this well. You can ask why they did that. And I think, again, it gets back to the idea that they thought they were doing Czechoslovakia 68 and they were there to intimidate. They weren't doing an advance to contact against potential opposition. But, you know, road-bound, tight formations without dismounted infantry, without air cover, and indeed continuing to operate on the ground as if you have air superiority when you don't, right? All these things are just madness, which, you know, none of us would do in our right minds in a Western military. So I think we want to be cautious about, you know, overlearning lessons about, you know, the tank from what we've seen over the last 6 weeks.
Thank you. So we're coming up towards the break. So I'm going to leave it with one last question to each of you. And that is, what is the one main thing that we should take away from this? I'm going to be ambiguous about the we, but one main lesson that we, whether it's the, you know, Australia, whether it's NATO, should be learning and changing and making a change from. Let's start with Clinton.
Well, I've got nothing to say other than the need to strengthen supply chains. But I'll make this point, and I don't want it to look political, but it's just a fact, right? I think the pandemic and now this war with the supply chains has created the historic 40-year crisis of neoliberalism. So the model that came in with Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan and later on Bob Hawke in Australia, where things were privatized, things were sold off. The important thing was to reconstitute a factory across borders, to sell off state assets, to create greater worker insecurity. That project was already in question at the time of the Trump administration, Trump's victory, because of the anger of the population that had actually seen a drop in wealth, the death of people due to the opioid crisis, and now with the catastrophic effect on food and on supply chains. I don't know what comes next, but what we should understand, I think, is we are seeing the historic crisis, the death knells of the 40-year neoliberal program in economics and the political aspects of it, like the treaties and the trade agreements that come with that. That's it.
Tom?
So I think I will jump back to my sort of final conclusive point about what we're learning about moral foreign policies that sit within it. I know it's not an operational thing. A couple of weeks ago, I gave a presentation on the British execution of ethical foreign policies from like 1997 onwards. So Tony Blair, Bill Clinton aligned to a new Labour ideology about being a force for good in the world and some of the risks of that, how challenging it was after Kosovo and Bosnia and East Timor and Sierra Leone, and then Iraq hove its way on the doorstep, and suddenly realism and liberalism became a bit of an issue. And I come back to the point that we are oft criticized in the West for holding so tight to an ethical approach to the use of force, to approaching the way in which we conduct ourselves very carefully. And I thought it was interesting because what we were watching when I gave that presentation was Putin executing an unethical foreign policy, almost the antonym of what I was talking about. And the most dangerous thing that could have happened, and it was very unclear because this was the first couple of days, was whether it would be successful, was for him to be successful. If an unethical foreign policy, defense policy, and use of force for political gain had been more successful than an ethical foreign policy, we were on a real loser. And I take away the fact that as we currently stand, that doesn't seem to have been the case. It's almost the opposite. Moral authority that's built up around the Ukrainians and the Western response, while it does have non-alignment and other elements, it still, I think, has the weight. So we should take comfort from that. You know, we should take comfort from the fact that our central point of ethics and the profession of arms and the moral authority that follows in terms of building coalitions is right. And it could prove to be decisive over the next 15 to 20 years as we face big global issues, that we align together as groups and we deal with those issues that come up. So a bit of a contrast to Clinton's, but I think that's what I take away as the biggest point that I've learned so far.
Thank you, Tom. And Dave.
I don't think that the most important events of this particular war have even happened yet. And I think that it's really too early to say what the big takeaways are. I agree with Clinton that we're seeing a major breakout of major powers from the, let's call it the post-1945 settlement, or the Pax Americana, or the rules-based international order, whatever you want to call it. We don't know how that's going to work out. China is still keeping its powder dry. The global South could go either way, and they are not automatically backing, the so-called right-thinking Western allies. So I think that's super important. You could end up with a situation where China is the big winner out of this at the expense of the US and others. But I think it's really just a little too early to say. And what that suggests is we should, probably do this again sometime.
And more tanks.
More tanks. Always more tanks. Thanks very much, gents. So we are going to take a break. Tom, I know you have to drop out and be somewhere else, but we will be back at 12:30 for John Spencer. So if Dave, you and Clinton, if you'd like to stick around and join in the discussion, then you're very welcome. But for those of you watching, we will break now, and we will be back at 12:30. Thank you.
Been a pleasure.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I hope you had a good break and managed to grab a coffee as I did. We are down to our last speaker, but I'm sure you'll agree that he's worth waiting for. And I really appreciate, John, that you were able to join us. It's been a bit of a juggle in terms of time zones and other commitments, but it's great that we could have you for this last session. So just to remind everyone, if you weren't here for the earlier introductions, John Spencer is the chair of urban warfare studies at the Modern War Institute, which is based out of West Point. He's also a senior fellow of the Madison Policy Forum. We are looking forward, John, to your book on urban warfare coming out very soon. But we have already mentioned several times your mini manual for the urban defender and the impact that that's having on the conflict in Ukraine. So we're delighted that you're here, and I'm just going to hand right over to you, John.
Well, thank you so much, Dean, and what an honor to be here with you at UNSW, which is, to be honest, one of the most robust research programs on urban warfare that I know of, and it's an honor to be a part of that. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen and with the time that I have, talk about the macro lessons that you ask the urban guy to come, that the urban guy thinks that you get out of Ukraine. Okay, so number one macro lesson. It's not new, but sometimes most of these lessons actually are not lessons, they're just reminders. So the number one lesson, you can't look at the war in Ukraine without looking at it through the context of what the strategic objective was for both sides. In my opinion, but also validated by stated political objectives before the war, Russia's goal was to take out the government, implement another government, basically take Ukraine, to invade it with the sole strategic purpose of taking out the government, instilling their own, including Ukraine and the Russian Federation. You cannot do that without penetrating the capital. This was a regime change. So that I'm pretty strong on the fact that this was a war about penetrating Kyiv, the capital, the seat of political power, in order to get the president and his government out, whether you kill him, force him to flee, whatever it was, and then implement your own. It's happened across history, but it's a reminder that cities are the strategic objective. There's a long history of fighting for cities, not necessarily fighting in cities. This is a war about one strategic objective. Now, yes, there are plenty of operational objectives, but most of those were cities. And there are lots of tactical objectives that you needed to achieve, which is, we've already discussed in the conference, and I listened to a lot of those are amazing. So if you know that Russia's number one strategic objective is to take the capital, you don't have to clear it. So this isn't a clear the city, right? Because you can clear, seize, control urban terrain. This was a penetration into the capital, get to the middle of it, the government building, and raise the Russian flag. So the strategic objective for the Ukrainians, there's lots of them, but what's the center of gravity is to prevent Russia from doing that, to keep Ukraine. So I think that's a strong reminder, and I'd have to be convinced really hard otherwise that cities aren't the strategic objective. And I think I'd be really careful in militaries around the world that say that it's not. So number two macro lesson is that terrain matters, right? So of course we know terrain matters, as in you have to look at the context of the war in Ukraine based on the terrain, right? A pretty flat terrain, wide open, punctuated by cities. All the roads lead to some city based on the history of cities, on why cities are there. Whether it's a coastal city like Mariupol, Odessa, or it's an interior city that is a critical crossroad, as we're seeing today, that needs to be fought over in order to seize it and hold it, depending on what your objective is. Another thing about terrain matters, as a kind of professor at West Point, there's an overwhelming opinion. Matter of fact, I remember a quote by John Boyd that said, in a big war game, John Boyd said, "Don't fight the terrain, fight the enemy." Okay, I think I agree with that most of the time, but there's plenty of wars where terrain was the objective, either to protect it or to seize it. Yes, the enemy was in your way, but I'm pretty strong and adamant that Ukraine didn't need to go out and meet Russia on the field of battle and do combined arms maneuver. That would have been disastrous. They needed to defend their terrain. And yes, the roads matter. And if you get off the roads, it's really bad for tanks. And that's the picture. I think one of the things as I study this war, and hopefully go in with members from this group, go into Kyiv and walk the ground, because I think you have to really walk this. You know, I'm pretty focused on the center of gravity in the Battle of Kyiv that didn't happen and why it didn't happen. And as I looked at all the different maps, as you can see here, there's really a problem in how we visualize the urban terrain. You know, whether we do it in 2D, 3D, whatever analysis apparatus we use, you can kind of see on the right, you know, compare the map on the left versus the map on the right, and the distance we're talking about from, say, Hostomel Airport, which became important as Russia could not implement the invasion plan that they wanted to. They failed the strategic bombing to take out the air defenses, which is step one in invading the country. And then they failed to plan A, rapidly get into Kyiv and seize it, right? So they failed to get the A pods and the S pods necessary to rapidly project power, because speed is one of the countermeasures to defense. We know that, right? So the Blitzkrieg was the evolution of combining capabilities, the tank, the radio, and the airplane to penetrate what was the form of war at the time, trench warfare, World War I, going into World War II. And you needed to do that rapidly in order to overwhelm the defenses. So again, another visualization, even this, if you compared it to the distances that we're talking about, it looks like Kyiv almost fell, just based on the pointing of the arrows and where the map is. And I think it's a huge issue of visualizing the urban terrain in the speed and what it takes to cover the terrain in an opening battle, right? All urban warfare has context. What type of battle are you preparing for? Russia prepared for a rapid combined arms maneuver, joint penetration into the capital city to rapidly achieve a strategic objective. And I'm pretty adamant that I feel that if they had gotten into Kyiv in one line of penetration, and they tried many ways, and then seized the government building, much of the war would have been over. Of course, yes, they would have faced the biggest urban insurgency known to man. That's not what I'm talking about. You have to look at the war based on the strategic objectives. Next is the defense remains the strongest form of war, right? So Clausewitz. Clausewitz is who I use to quote, but I mean, it's before him, where you believed in castles and the evolution of siege warfare, whether you believe in trench warfare. The defense remains the strongest form of war. Yes, Clausewitz also said it's the weakest political form of war fighting. That all matters on the context. What's the objective? Ukraine's objective was to survive. And every day they didn't, because time matters. And I'm pretty adamant that this is about time, not allowing Russia to get its objective. You know, Sun Tzu said that the greatest strategy in the world is to attack your enemy's strategy. Ukraine knew where Russia needed to get, and all they had to do is stop it. And they did that through many lines of operations, you know, attacking railheads, attacking convoys that are stuck on the road, attacking special forces that are trying to seize airfields so they can flow over things in. Doesn't change my belief that this was about defending Kyiv, defending other areas. It wasn't about combined arms maneuver. So to be honest, if militaries around the world spend 90% of their time on the offense, in preparing for everything from strategic down, you know, the defense planning scenarios down to your tactical boots on the ground training, if you spend 90% of it on the offense and 10% on the defense, I think you won't be the most prepared to achieve all strategic objectives in whatever scenario. And that's what our job is. So the top left is a castle. You know, many of the aspects, I'll talk about my mini manual in a minute. We're about, you know, since Russia, you capitalize on your enemy's weaknesses. So Russia failed to rapidly project power, even though it tried. And if they wouldn't have made some of these mistakes, and if the fog and friction of war wouldn't have happened, my opinion is they might have made it, but they didn't. So then every day they didn't was time to close the castle gates, So that's what you see here. Every one of those pictures is key, right? So you're parking a bus in the way of a tank, putting up hasty obstacles all throughout your defense in depth. The bottom left, everybody saw those type of barriers being very prominent. You steel girders, but what's even better in front of those is steel reinforced concrete that would give any tank a problem, right? So this is a complex week or so where we saw a war transition from stopping a high-speed maneuver to closing the gates of the city and then defeating the enemy in detail as he tried different ways to do it if he couldn't do a fast, basically Battle of Baghdad type of penetration. And they continued to there's plenty of other variables. And just like any war, we can study the contesting the air, which is huge, right? But as you see, if you've already talked about it, so the other biggest lesson is the armed resistance can help. There have been other countries who have had armed resistance plans, Switzerland, Netherlands, Norway. So I, based on what I was seeing the civilians to be told, I started putting together tweets in with corresponding images on basic principles of the defense, and specifically the urban defense. It's like things like Kyiv has one of the biggest underground networks, of any city in that area. I mean, it has catacombs, subway tunnels, metros, water tunnels. It could have survived weeks and weeks of bombings and kept combat power. And we saw that. But other things like, on a modern battlefield, you can't stand in the open. Any military attacking a city that's guarded, right? So that's the difference here. And my urban warfare lessons are in the phase of which it was the castle gates were closed, right? And what else did Sun Tzu say? I used to hate this quote, really. As an urban warfare guy, everybody would throw Sun Tzu at me without the context of what Sun Tzu was saying, right? So Sun Tzu was going through his list of strategies, and he said the worst one is to attack a besieged city. And I actually stand by that. But people used to throw it at me, basically saying, avoid and bypass cities, don't go into cities, don't fight in cities. Or, if you do fight in cities, you're going to be fighting a very small, portion. And this is about human intelligence and signal intelligence. And all that is true. But this was an example more like a battle of Berlin, a battle of Stalingrad, these major battles where the enemy got there in advance and defended. But, oh, by the way, this is about armed resistance and helping. And that's what my manual was about. And I'm on version 4 now. I'm honored that it was circulated throughout Ukraine. It's been, so the other interesting part is, again, a lesson to take out of Ukraine is that it's been translated in Romanian, Latvian, Mandarin for Taiwan, Japanese, where people who are reminded that one, armed resistance could work. And there's plenty of variables, right? So the last one that I'm not going to list is just, we really got to question what we say is combat power analysis, or what we call relative combat power analysis, and what equals that. And I know you guys talked about that, the morale, the leadership, and all these things that all add up, the weapons, the training, all add up to this relative combat power. But identifying which one's the most critical during the phase of the operation is a part of what we do, right? War gaming and analysis. So with that, I turn it back over. I know that was fast and furious, but just the macro, what I'm thinking about.
Thanks very much, John. Really appreciate it. It is, as I said, fantastic to have you here. So, clearly using the urban terrain has been really helpful to the Ukrainians. They've done that well. And this is one of those putting people on the spot questions, but what's your take on what comes next?
Yeah, so what I think comes next doesn't, we moved to a different war. I think the first war is over, failed strategic objective. Now there's a new war for Eastern Ukraine, which, oh, by the way, has been happening. But you see, as we speak, Russian troops trying to move to critical terrain matters. Yeah, now it's more open, right? So the different capabilities you need, but you still somebody needs to get there. And if they get there first, it's going to be really hard to get them out of there. Now they're trying strategic maneuvers in order to encircle the forces, but the Battle of Mariupol is critical. And that's some of the urban warfare that people have talked to me about before. And if we had time to talk about that, there's some uniqueness to that. And we're seeing that direct fire artillery, urban snipers, underground. We're seeing all of that close combat when you got to pry a very, even when you get into the city, when you have a motivated defender deep inside, I mean, you really got to have engineering assets and amazing capabilities, and you got to pay a big price. But I think what comes next is what we all know is coming, a fight for Eastern Ukraine. And there's some critical dams, bridges, and really urban terrain that becomes critical to controlling the terrain.
Thank you. Dave, do you want to jump in at this point?
Yeah, I would just offer a comment, and I'm interested in John's reaction. So, most of us are looking at Sloviansk and various Dnieper River crossings as some of the key issues. One of the things the Russians have sucked at so far is use of combat bridging. And if you look at the loss rates, they've actually lost a fair bit of their bridging capability. So there's some questions now about what alternative maneuver styles they might adopt. And then I'm just going to throw in a comment. And again, John has really crafted himself as the expert here. But if you are a Western military engaging in an advance to contact in an urban environment, your biggest problem is every time you capture a building, you got to drop troops off to secure that. And we do a lot of work in the Western militaries about figuring out how to get around that problem set. What we've seen from the Russians is not that, right? If you're the Russians and you take a building, what they seem to be doing, and we're seeing this in Mariupol, is just set it on fire, right? Then you don't have to worry about occupying it. And we can think back to the Battle of Grozny in the first Chechen War. And, one of the biggest indications of how Russia does urban combat is that the biggest problem that the division commander had on recapturing Grozny was to find a single undamaged building in the entire city that they could put their headquarters in. So I think this is going to go back to something Tom McDermott said earlier, which was before you were on, John, which is about moral and ethical versus operational effect. And it may very well be that the Russian solution here is just to level entire cities, right? That there comes a point where that starts to weigh on you in terms of your international, pushback that you get for that. So I'd be interested in your reaction to that, mate.
Yeah, no, I think I agree 100% with everything except for the last bit. So I agree, like the Battle of Fallujah, they cleared 68,000, because the objective was to get all enemy out. So they cleared 68,000 buildings, and they cleared them about 3 times. And the order was, if you go back into a building, it doesn't matter if you cleared it again. And that was even in a city without an extensive underground network. It's just the nature of urban warfare. The last bit that I think is tough for me is, I don't think that strategic bombing works. I don't think you can bomb a city, even if you flatten it, into submission. Even, Grozny, they did, right? So 2,000 fighters, eventually in 2 weeks later, they came out and came to terms and sought the political objective that we want. In these scenarios, with all the elements that we know of the willingness to fight, I don't care if you drop every building in Mariupol, you still got to, like, General Townsend said, it came down to bulldozing buildings on top of ISIS to clear Mosul. That's the level. So I think air power is a huge part of this, but even if the Russians try to flatten it, they still got to go in.
Yeah. What about bridging?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't. Train. So there's a reason in the latest multi-domain operations manual getting ready to come out. It includes wet gap crossings, but it doesn't include urban warfare, because we know how critical urban crossings are to division and above operations, and we've seen the Russians fail at even pontoon boat. They failed miserably, because same thing with combined arms breaching. They failed miserably. These are unique operations that we know from what we call large scale combat operations are decisive operations. Like, you better be able to protect it while you do it. And then you better drill it and all that stuff. So there's a reason the US military is really drilling down on wet gap crossings, because we know in something like this, in the second largest country in Europe, that you're going to have to cross some water, and you better be ready. I don't know if you saw that map of Kyiv, but I was actually surprised in the number of bridges that they blew, which was the right answer.
Kyiv is like Mosul in not many ways, but one way is it's actually 2 cities separated by a north-south river with separate urban networks on either side. I couldn't agree more with your point about how hard it is to visualize urban terrain properly while using traditional, map symbology and the way we traditionally have done it. Dean, you were on mute earlier. I think are you good now?
Yeah, I was going to kind of follow up on your point, Dave, about the I suppose the tension between tactical success versus the moral. And it seems like the Russians are willing to throw away the moral to achieve some level of tactical success, but I think that's probably not working for them very well. But I wanted to pick up your sense of, both of you, how well you think the Ukrainians are going to do in maintaining that moral high ground. And I suppose part of the reason I bring it up is I was reading an article about a female sniper on the Ukrainian side, and she's quoted and she says, "These people are less than human, they're orcs, we should kill them all." And for me as an ethicist, that raises lots of red flags, because the moment you start that kind of animalistic dehumanization, you open the door to atrocities. And I really hope that they're not going to go down that road. But what's your sense? Because there is this kind of, going back to Alice Hill's book, there is this almost, I don't want to say it's impossible to resist, but a very powerful push of this kind of warfare that pushes people into ethically problematic behaviors. So what's your sense on how things are on the ground?
John, you want to go first?
Sure. One, I feel a little weird talking to ethicists about ethics, but I would say I was very concerned in why in my my manual for the urban defender, it includes a page about the treatment of prisoners of war, just because of this nature of, let alone the civilian following the laws of war. But Bucha really scared me, not only because of the horrors of genocide, but in what it would do, the potential it could have in the Ukrainian soldiers if not controlled through an existing ethical framework, a moral framework in each soldier, and leadership, right? So it's on, at this point, in an extreme situation like this, I think it's on the leadership well, again, I feel funny talking to an ethicist about this, because Bucha could be an amazing motivator and a rally call. Remember Bucha, but it could also be the slope to losing the moral high ground.
Yeah, I agree that I think if you know what the Russians are saying about Bucha, it's that, yes, it happened, and it was the Ukrainians who did it. And you can watch Western media and that'll be sort of laughed out of court, but it's resonating in Russia, that narrative, and also in parts of the global South that we want to be aware of. So I think book is double-edged, right? Depending on what you believe actually happened. We have many examples of this, right? But it's happening again. There is one video which many people have probably seen, of Ukrainian troops executing captured Russian troops after surrender. That seems to have been put out by a Ukrainian source. If there was more of that out there, for sure the Russians would be amplifying and getting that out there as a key part of their battle strategy. I'll just say one thing about, if we do in fact get into a resistance warfare dynamic, which I think is almost inevitable in the areas of Ukraine that remain occupied by the Russians, that is going to become extremely negative very quickly. And for two reasons. One, as I mentioned in my talk, the Russians will not be employing their best and most carefully disciplined troops in that kind of environment. They'll be working through proxies wherever possible, including members of the security forces from Luhansk and Donetsk, who are part of that ongoing Ukrainian civil war. They're already employing Chechens, who seem to be much more willing to kill Ukrainians than Russians are. I haven't actually seen any direct evidence of Syrians on the battlefield yet, but that's been reported. It just has to be verified. So you're going to have the Russian commanders with the ability to wash their hands of anything brutal that gets done on their behalf by a proxy. And then on the resistance side, we should just acknowledge, and we've all lived this for 20 years, but we should just acknowledge that if you are running a resistance warfare campaign, the soft target is not the well-armed Russian motor rifle regiment, and it's not even the local police battalion of the Luhansk, Donetsk People's Army. It's their families, right? That's the soft target. That's who resistance warfare fighters are going to target. It will rapidly get into killing of civilians in order to intimidate the other side. And that is just, unfortunately, comes with the territory of resistance warfare. And I know the Ukrainians are putting enormous effort into trying to prevent that from occurring for both ethical reasons and because of its political impact. But it's very hard to control this stuff once it gets going. And I think we should just unfortunately expect that.
We're getting close to time, but I wanted John to give you the last word. We've been talking about urban warfare for a while now. It seems like people might start listening. And I think it's fair to say that most Western militaries are pretty underprepared to engage in urban warfare. So I'll allow you to get on your soapbox. What do we need to do to be better prepared for this in future?
So I think there needs to be major change, right? So could I write a mini manual for the urban attacker? Yes. Would it look different than some approaches that Western militaries do today? Absolutely. We know what a successful operation against a big city looks like and what it takes. But we assume that if we optimize for the general, we'll be able to adapt, which they do. And I agree with David on the adaptability being a huge component of this. But no, I don't know of any military, except for some that know what environment they're going to go into, that's optimized for urban. So I strongly believe that why not optimize for the most difficult environment, and then do more, right? So don't tell me you're going to do urban, show me. Like the British military saying, I'm going to do 50%, even though how small they are, I'm going to do 50% of my training in urban. And that's the command guidance from the White House, Whitehall all the way down. That's the level of effort. And hopefully Ukraine, although I agree, like don't take too many lessons out of this and make too many major changes. But I think it's huge, both in attacking and defending urban terrain. You're not going to avoid it.
Thank you very much. Dave, do you have a last word?
Yeah, look, first and foremost, what we're seeing in Ukraine is a massive human tragedy. And, we should never lose sight of that fact, right? That is, in fact, the most important thing here, and we need to focus on that. With our strictly professional and academic hats on, though, it is also a gigantic injection of reality into what has been a largely theoretical debate over the last, decade or so about urban, about armor, about, cyber. And it is in some ways almost a natural live experiment that is ongoing. And as I said in my talk a while ago, we need to be very cautious about our prior assumptions. We need to be continually updating those, and we need to be focused on, what are we missing? What are we misinterpreting here? And what can we learn from what's going on? So that, as co-conveners of the Future Operations Research Group here at UNSW Canberra, that's definitely on our agenda. And as we've showcased here, we've got friends and collaborators all over the world, in the UK, in Oxford, and in West Point. We have our Plus Alliance partners at the Arizona State University. There's a whole community of people looking at this, and I hope that we manage to keep abreast of it as it develops.
Thanks very much. And it just remains for me to close out and to thank all of our speakers, particularly you two guys who are still here, but the others who joined in, and many of them, late at night. It's been a fascinating conversation. I think everybody's agreed that we need to have this conversation again in a month, 2 months, 3 months, something like that, to process these lessons. And this is by no means a point at which to draw final lessons, but I think we've raised some really important questions, and I hope set a direction for some further research. So all of you who dialed in, a very hearty thanks from us for taking the time. We really appreciate it. And if we can do anything for you, please let us know. And thanks for coming along. Cheers.
you.